Just a quick announcement before starting. If you don't want to practice your French, you can use receptors, which are with this gentleman over there or at the table, because I will speak French and switch to English for the session. Je crois que ça va être la première fois qu'on va commencer à l'heure à l'IFRI. C'est un bon signal. Bien, je vous propose que nous commencions. Messieurs les officiers généraux, mesdames, messieurs, je suis évidemment très heureux de vous accueillir à l'IFRI, que ce soit au 27 dans la salle de conférence ou à distance, pour cette première conférence navale de Paris. Permettez-moi de commencer par vous présenter des vœux de circonstance en vous souhaitant à toutes et à tous, évidemment, bon vent pour 2023. Alors, comme vous le savez probablement, cette conférence est le résultat d'une initiative commune entre la Marine nationale et l'IFRI dans le cadre du partenariat qu'ils ont noué en 2019. C'est donc une occasion pour moi de saluer et de remercier l'amiral Pierre VANDIER pour son soutien et pour sa confiance. Cette initiative résulte d'un double constat. Le premier constat, c'est que nous avons observé une multiplication des formats liés aux enjeux maritimes et environnementaux, puisque fondamentalement, la mondialisation est une maritimisation. Et nous avons parallèlement constaté l'absence en France d'un rendez-vous régulier exclusivement consacré aux questions navales. Et donc, nous avons décidé de créer conjointement cette conférence. Et cela me conduit évidemment à remercier très chaleureusement l'amiral GILDAY et l'amiral Key pour leur présence aujourd'hui. Grâce à leur présence, nous donnons d'emblée une dimension internationale à nos travaux. Alors avant de céder la parole à l'amiral VANDIER, permettez-moi de faire deux courtes remarques personnelles, l'une spécifique, l'autre plus générale, pour essayer de cadrer le sujet qui est l'hypothèse du combat naval qui va nous occuper aujourd'hui. Ma première remarque consiste à vous proposer un voyage entre Koursk et Moscou, ce qui peut sembler très paradoxal pour une conférence navale. Koursk, comme vous le savez, c'est une ville russe près de la frontière ukrainienne. C'est aussi le nom d'un sous-marin nucléaire russe qui nous rappelle que le règne de Vladimir Vladimirovitch Poutine a commencé par un naufrage. Moscou, c'est la capitale de la Fédération de Russie et c'est aussi le nom d'un croiseur russe coulé en mer Noire en avril dernier. Ce court voyage rappelle l'importance des épisodes navals, même pour une puissance continentale comme la Russie. La seconde remarque consiste à souligner la tension qui existe et que nous observons tous entre le retour de la compétition de puissance et la mondialisation commerciale. D'un côté, on observe la tentation, c'est chez certains, de transformer des mers ouvertes en lacs fermés. De l'autre, nous savons que pour fonctionner, la mondialisation nécessite de garantir le principe fondamental de la liberté de navigation. Je crois qu'à travers notre réflexion collective d'aujourd'hui, qui est appelée évidemment à se prolonger dans les mois et les années qui viennent, cette réflexion sur le retour du combat naval, à travers cette réflexion sur le retour du combat naval, se pose la question des liens toujours très étroits et que nous étudions sans cesse à l'IFRI entre sécurité et prospérité. Et donc c'est avec ces deux mots-clés, sécurité et prospérité, que je suis très heureux d'ouvrir la première conférence navale de Paris en donnant la barre à l'amiral Vandier.
Messieurs les officiers généraux, mesdames et messieurs les officiers, mesdames et messieurs, chers amis, d'abord je voudrais remercier Thomas GOMART de cette introduction et surtout vous faire part de ma joie et de ma satisfaction de pouvoir organiser cet événement. On y avait longuement travaillé, hein, c'est une idée qu'on a lancée il y a plus de 2 ans et le soutien de l'IFRI, j'y reviendrai, est quelque chose d'extrêmement important dans l'avancement de nos réflexions. Elles ont permis de commencer à travailler et de contribuer à la revue nationale stratégique. Et puis, elles ont irrigué également les réflexions et les travaux sur la loi de programmation militaire. Voilà, on est en janvier, donc je me dois de vous présenter mes vœux pour cette année qui commence. Et donc, je vous souhaite à tous une belle année 2023, bien que finalement, avec la guerre en Ukraine qui a été évoquée par Thomas, on va continuer à avoir de la turbulence. Je suis profondément habité par un sentiment d'accélération et donc d'urgence. Je pense que le développement des problèmes va largement plus vite que notre capacité à les résoudre, et ce qui rend le monde un peu compliqué. Alors, avant de rentrer dans le vif du sujet, je voudrais commencer aussi quelques mots en remerciant donc l'IFRI et surtout son président, Thierry de Montbrial, qui s'est engagé à nos côtés dans le montage et la préparation de cette conférence. Et donc, c'est un peu un pari, mais qui prend aujourd'hui, qui prend forme. Voilà. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of my esteemed colleagues, Amiral Michael GILDAY, Chief of Naval Operations, and Amiral Benke, the First Sea Lord. Despite our busy schedules, we managed to see each other quite regularly. The last time was in November in Tokyo for the WPNS, the Western Pacific Naval Symposium. It's an honor to have you here and to have time with you. I'm certain that our presence will contribute to the quality of the discourse, making this inaugural naval conference in Paris as an exciting event. So I thank you for coming all this way. And now I will say a few words in French to explain the objective of this day to our audience. This will be an opportunity to test the translation system. Alors, je vais revenir un peu sur le point qui avait été évoqué par Thomas. Pourquoi cette conférence navale de Paris? Quand on a commencé à travailler il y a 2-3 ans pour essayer de reprendre notre analyse stratégique en disant à quoi sert notre marine, sur quelle balle elle doit être, eh bien, qu'est-ce que nous avons constaté? L'accélération du désordre, avec donc ce que je vous disais il y a quelques instants, en fait une accélération de phénomènes inquiétants qui montrent que les fondamentaux stratégiques sur lesquels nous avions travaillé depuis 15 ans étaient en train d'être profondément malmenés. Alors évidemment, il y a la guerre en Ukraine. Si on se remet pile il y a 1 an, tout le monde espérait qu'elle n'arrive pas. Beaucoup pensaient qu'elle n'arriverait pas, qu'elle n'était pas possible et que ce n'était pas d'ailleurs dans les calculs, enfin que ce n'était pas pertinent de se lancer dans cette guerre. Et comme l'a rappelé Thomas, voilà, l'histoire de Poutine a commencé par un naufrage. La question, c'est un peu le naufrage que représente cette guerre. Mais donc, vous avez tous à l'esprit, évidemment, l'affaire de Nord Stream, les incidents sécuritaires du trafic maritime, dont certains sont un peu sous la couche, mais ils sont bien réels. C'est des postures de plus en plus agressives, un peu partout dans le monde, où finalement on affirme sa présence par la force. On prend des routes de collision, on illumine avec des conduites de tir, et puis des problématiques qui sont plus duales, comme la pêche illégale, la pêche INN. On pourrait dire d'une certaine manière qu'on est rentré dans la grande bataille des espaces communs. J'appelle ça un peu le dernier Far West. Ce sont des milieux où en fait la technologie définit l'usage définit le droit, et l'usage plus le droit définissent la compétition. Et donc on voit bien qu'en s'appropriant des espaces, on est capable donc de poser les clés d'un changement de rapport de force. Je vais prendre un exemple dans l'espace. Les gens qui sont capables de mettre plus de satellites que les autres en l'air vont s'approprier les orbites. Ils les revendront demain. Et donc, c'est eux qui vont définir le droit, les usages et finalement le rapport de force. Alors, dans cette bataille des espaces communs, le cyber, l'espace et le maritime, on voit bien qu'on traite de ressources, on parle de flux, on parle de milieux qui sont relativement peu réglementés. Si on en revient au maritime, on voit toute la discussion qui a été évoquée lors du One Ocean Summit sur le BBNJ, donc les régulations qui vont au-delà des ZEE dans les espaces vraiment communs. Et puis, ce sont des milieux fluides où finalement la connexion entre les puissances est totale. Sortie de Toulon, sortie de Brest, on peut rencontrer une flotte chinoise, une flotte russe. Tout le monde peut se rencontrer partout en fonction finalement des mouvements qui ont été décidés et des ordres qui ont été donnés. Et souvent, je prends aussi pour côté marine un peu cette image, le passage de la haute à la basse intensité ou réciproquement, c'est une question de seconde et d'ordre. Voilà, un bateau, quand il quitte son port, il a toutes ses munitions, son équipage est entraîné et il suffit juste de donner les ordres pour changer de braquet. Et ça m'amène donc au troisième point du constat, c'est l'intensité du réarmement naval qu'on voit partout. Alors, on a tendance à penser que c'est une affaire de Chine et d'Asie. Aujourd'hui, en fait, on le voit vraiment partout avec une prolifération de moyens de haut de spectre, des drones, des sous-marins, des porte-avions, et on le voit également en Méditerranée. Et donc, quand on regarde le monde dans lequel nous étions dans les années 2005-2010, où finalement, l'idée générale, c'était le sea basing, c'était en fait, depuis la mer, on est à peu près dans un espace sûr, et on peut aller de la mer vers la terre. On voit aujourd'hui, et c'est vraiment l'idée de cette conférence navale, c'est qu'on est obligé de se réapproprier les fondamentaux de la puissance navale. Alors, comme deuxième point, alors attendez, j'en perds mes fiches là. Comme deuxième point, cette conférence a également un but, c'est d'illustrer le dialogue que nous avons entre alliés et partenaires. Donc la présence aujourd'hui de l'amiral GILDAY, de l'amiral Benki est là pour donner de la signification stratégique au fait que nous nous parlons et nous travaillons ensemble sur quelque chose qui est le cœur de notre travail commun, qui est l'interopérabilité. C'est-à-dire que c'est notre capacité à penser la même chose, à agir dans un monde dont nous comprenons les évolutions de la même façon, qui fait que nos forces sont capables de s'entraîner puis d'opérer dans des espaces sous l'eau, au-dessus de l'eau, quels que soient les océans, où finalement l'action que nous allons mener va prendre de la cohérence. Les trois marines, la marine américaine, la marine française et la marine nationale, ont de nombreux points communs, au premier rang desquels la dissuasion océanique. Ce sont des marines mondiales qui se déploient sur les 4 grands océans et elles ont toutes les trois des matériels de haut niveau dont elles développent, qu'elles développent en s'appuyant sur des bases industrielles et technologiques nationales. Et donc, elles sont confrontées à leur mesure aux mêmes défis militaires et du coup, ça en fait des marines qui ont une grande proximité, une proximité technique, tactique et stratégique. Et cette proximité a un effet agrégateur, elle fixe un certain nombre de standards, de manières de faire et donc elle nous tire vers le haut, tous les trois, et elle tire vers le haut tous nos alliés et nos partenaires avec qui nous travaillons. Et donc, c'est bien cette intimité stratégique qui fait un effet de concentration et un effet d'entraînement. Pour vous donner juste un exemple, j'ai fait les calculs il n'y a pas longtemps. En 15 ans, ce sont 12 nations qui ont participé à l'escorte du groupe aéronaval français. Donc, c'est vraiment un objet très, très international. Donc cette proximité stratégique entre les trois marines est précieuse. Ces efforts irriguent tous nos partenaires et donc ils bénéficient de cette vitalité, de la vitalité de cette coopération. Et j'en parlais dans la petite pastille tout à l'heure, juste avant de commencer. Elles permettent de revitaliser notre entraînement pour faire face à un monde incertain. Voilà, donc en conclusion, nous avons dans cette salle et en visioconférence un panel particulièrement riche et impressionnant d'expertise et de compétences. Il y a des autorités politiques, militaires, des diplomates, des chercheurs, des journalistes. Et donc, je suis convaincu que cette très grande diversité permettra de faire émerger des idées qui nous serviront à mieux comprendre le monde de demain. Un des points importants, et je reviens sur l'objectif de cette conférence, c'était que nous, les militaires, ne soyons pas jugés partis. C'est-à-dire que nous ne fabriquions pas un monde qui correspond à, on peut dire, aux objectifs du système. Ne pas avoir le monde qu'on verrait comme des clous, alors que nous avons l'esprit en forme de marteau. Donc, c'est bien cette idée-là, c'est d'avoir des honest brokers, des gens qui sont capables de nous challenger, de nous contredire, de nous montrer que nous pouvons nous tromper, qui va faire la qualité de notre analyse. Nous n'avons pas beaucoup de coups à jouer. La réaccélération prendra du temps. Le changement de portage entre un monde qui croyait à la paix éternelle et un monde qui est beaucoup plus volatile va prendre du temps. Et donc, pour faire des bons strikes, pour viser juste, eh bien, on a besoin de vous et on a besoin de cette audience pour pouvoir nous poser les bonnes questions. To conclude my remarks in English to transition to the first panel, I've explained why we've organized this conference, to understand the world, to become learning institutions, and to maintain the vitality of our partnerships. You probably expect to hear me quote Napoleon or Foch as a good French officer, but today I will be quoting Admiral Ben Key. Your words have crossed the channel. I promise I will pay you royalties. Military history, you said, is a struggle between wartime rat catchers and peacetime regulators. The regulators have taken over. We need to find a new balance. So we have to wake up the rat catcher in us. Victory is above all a matter of mindset, pugnacity, and commitment. That sets a high level of ambition for this day. I want to leave here with new ideas which will allow us to build more effective cooperation. I wish you a good day.
Je ne sais pas qui jouera le rôle de la tenaille entre le marteau et le clou. C'est une autre discussion. Well, let's start the first session of this conference, which is dedicated to challenges, key priorities, and prospect of Western navies. I have no introduction, but only maybe two questions to try to drive this discussion between the admirals. The very first one is to get your respective viewpoints on the preparation for possible high-end naval combat. The second one is maybe to try, after our discussion, to underline the similarities between the three navies, but also the dissimilarities, because certainly there are different approaches in addressing the challenge of a likely naval combat. So the process will be the following. Each admiral will have a short period of time, approximately 5, 6, 7 minutes to make his first statement. After that, I will ask you a few questions, and obviously I will give those in the room to ask questions if they do want. So let me start with you, Amiral. Amiral Vandier. There is too many admirals, you know, at the table. So.
Okay, so it's a difficult task to starting this first panel. So as I already said in my introducing word, we are witnessing the strategic return of the sea, and this is due to our ever-increasing dependence on its natural resources and the flows of commerce and information that pass through it. First, the sea is a space that has deeply evolved in the recent years. The President of the French Republic has remarked that the 21st century will be maritime. And so, of course, it's my deep conviction. The number of states that have understood this increases every year. First, the sea has several characteristics that place it at the forefront of our strategic concerns. In the maritime domain, as I said, technology gives rise to use, which gives rise to law. For example, the range of cannons gave rise to our demarcation of territorial waters. This rule also applies to space. The first user of an orbit becomes its owner. And for the seabed, the first to be able to exploit the depth of 4,000 meters will be tempted to take ownership of the space. The second characteristic is the fluidity of the environment. This means that there are no physical barriers, no trenches between users. Every day, the commercial boats crosses paths with the fishing trawler who crosses paths with the destroyer. Competitors also cross paths every day. We sailors live this reality. The last characteristic is the opacity of the underworld. What happens underwater is not all transparent. The best proof is that less than 3% of seabed is mapped with metric precision, while we know every rock on the moon. This opacity enables our SSBNs to hide, guaranteeing our ability to strike in retaliation. The other consequence is that the attribution of a hostile action in the underwater domain is complex. The sea is therefore, by nature, a hybrid environment. In this context, in the mid of the 20s, the beginning of the century, we have seen a vast naval rearmament. This is true in Asia. China constructs and deploys the equivalent of the entire French fleet every 4 years. In addition, closer to home in the Med, between 2008 and 2030, in terms of tonnage, many fleets will double in size. This is also true in terms of quality as well. There is a leveling effect caused by the diffusion of new technologies. Drones and cruise missiles, which are differentiating technologies, have become accessible to regional navies. So we have an environment without barriers, without borders, with more and more guns and sophisticated technologies. You understand that this creates a form of volatility. Avoid misunderstanding is a challenge and relies on the professionalism of the sailors. Second, this increases strategic uncertainty. It creates operational discomfort and potentially tactical inferiority. And this is what we must be prepared for. The first thing I say to my sailors when I took office as the head of French Navy was, be prepared for the unexpected. At sea, going from patrol to war could occur with a single action of order, therefore, in a matter of seconds or minutes. The ammunition is aboard, the crew is trained, things can change very quickly. So you have to think in terms of reconfiguration, get used to changing plans in short decision cycle. Think ahead rather than in terms of feedback. It's really a matter of mindset to be ready on the first day of combat. Wars at sea may be a single-day war. The second point I would make is that we must review our relationship with risk. We are coming out of 30 years with little appetite for taking on more risk than absolutely necessary. The aim was to do everything possible to prevent the unexpected from happening in the logic of risk avoidance. This works in peacetime with the superiority of principle. Today, we must embrace the red during the preparation phase and adapt our methods to overcome and remain resilient. We must acknowledge that the unexpected will happen and make our crews, our ships, and our procedures resilient in the face of this adversity, capable of continuing the fight. In this sense, I very much appreciate the order that Admiral Woodward gave to his sailors when he sailed down the Atlantic towards the Falklands in 1982. Replace your safety rules with common sense. Think war, your lives depend on it. My final thought is that we must master technology. We must first master the totality of the performance of the new systems. As the pilots say, you must be able to use every corner of the flight envelope. To know tactics, you must know weapons. There will be no victory without a perfect knowledge of our tools. The most recent technology has produced performance at the expense of resilience. We must also know how to operate in degraded modes for the day when the automatic functions become damaged or denied. This is a form of resilience, avoiding the cliff effect, going from the hyper technology to paralysis after the first enemy salvo. In conclusion, we have fine assets, but the challenges are many. Mahan said in the 19th century, good sailors with bad boats are better than bad sailors with good boots. This maxim remains true, but today I think we need both good boots, good boats, and good sailors.
Thank you very much, Admiral. I turn now to Admiral Benke. The floor is yours, sir. Microphone if you want to be listening.
Merci Thomas ainsi et Free pour votre accueil chaleureux. Et merci en particulier à Pierre pour cette invitation. Nous avons eu des échanges de très grande qualité depuis plus d'un an. Être ici à tes côtés et à ceux de Mick est une marque très claire de la profonde amitié qui unit la Marine nationale, la US Navy et la Royal Navy. And that is more or less the extent of my French. And so if you'll forgive me reverting to a language I am much more comfortable with, but confident that as Pierre was speaking, very few people were wearing headsets. I'd like to pick up pretty much where Pierre has left off for two reasons. Firstly, there was nothing that he said that I disagreed with. And secondly, the remarks I have here build on it rather than repeat. Of course, as sailors, a language that we all have in common is that of the maritime domain, the great global common. We understand the interconnected nature of the world's seas and oceans, the necessity of them for national and international prosperity, and importantly, the increasing challenges we are facing at sea. And through history, as navies, most of our time we have spent securing prosperity, and rather less time securing borders. But the challenges to that prosperity and those borders are becoming ever more prevalent. Across all environments, but particularly in the maritime domain, we have seen an increase in what we call sub-threshold or grain zone activity. Illegitimate territorial claims, transnational crime, unsafe interactions at sea, in the air, and the prevalence of climate change, all of which are challenging the manner in which for many centuries we have gone about our business. And confronting this behavior has always been a central role of maritime forces. As professional mariners and navies, we cannot tolerate this activity. We continue to advocate for and seek to ensure free, safe, and peaceful use of the high seas by everyone. And so, even though 2023 begins with war once again on the European continent, I am clear that Russia's actions in Ukraine are more than just a land-based conflict. As Thomas has remarked, the sinking of the Moskva, the strangling of trade, and the laying of numerous sea mines in the Black Sea have been more about the impact more widely than just that held within the Ukrainian border. They are rippling outwards. Food and energy prices are rising, and in fact, in nations that seem completely unconnected with what is going on in Ukraine, such as Africa, challenges of hunger are apparent. So this is reinforced in the minds of the public and helpfully the British political leaders, what we as maritime officers have been saying for decades. The sea is essential to our economic prosperity and our security. And it is perhaps telling, and something that I'm particularly proud of, that in the United Kingdom, we gifted 2 mine countermeasure vessels to the Ukrainians long before we started to discuss tanks. So I don't see a return to a continental strategy. I don't think that the discussions we've had recently about Marne and Corbett being right as being overturned. We will always depend upon the sea, and navies will be required to ensure that maritime activity is peaceful all around the world. And this requires us as navies to invest in what I believe is one of our strongest attributes, which is an ability to operate and engage closely with each other every single day of the year and in every part of the world. That same maneuver on the high seas mandates for us an ability to operate together wherever we meet. We do not need permission to see each other on the high seas. And that ability to quickly, seamlessly demonstrate close operational capability wherever we are is an important message. And I sit alongside 2 of my closest fellow naval chiefs in our commitment to making sure that interoperability and interchangeability are global capabilities that we have. We are international by design, operating worldwide, fielding the strongest deterrent capabilities we can offer, from aircraft carriers to ballistic missile submarines, and always seeking to be at the cutting edge of technology. And we are witnessing technology and the threat advancing quickly. Artificial intelligence and autonomous systems are now commonplace, and accepting Pierre's observation about how much of the seabed we have not properly mapped will allow us to monitor cables and pipelines upon which our prosperity and energy depend, and provide us with persistent aerial reconnaissance in a manner we have not done before. But that information is also available for our adversaries, and so we have to be agile. And one of the challenges we face is that the lifespan of the ships is measured in decades, and yet technology is turning around in a few years and sometimes only months. So somehow we have to balance how we build something that lasts for 30 years, but within it, we can cycle at the speed of relevance. At the same time, retreating sea ice is offering new opportunities for trade, fishing, and engagement, whilst rising sea levels threaten low-lying islands across the Pacific and Atlantic. And so we have to play our part as maritime forces in reducing the impact of what we do on the world around us, whilst also responding to some of the already unavoidable consequences. But we are not just about technology. We are also about our people. And I'm sure I speak for Pierre and Mike when I say that despite all of our advanced equipment, the use of artificial intelligence, autonomous and uncrewed systems, our navies will be nothing without the outstanding men and women it is our privilege to lead. But we face changing attitudes to employment as we compete for the best and the brightest. And so we must do so by becoming an employer of choice and attracting diversity, offering careers that reflect the needs and desires of the young men and women who are coming into the workforce today and whose families will support them, so that we can properly harness the incredible talent out there. And finally, we need to make sure we're part of a broader national endeavor. As navies, we have never done it of our own. And even the briefest glance of history for all three of our nations can see the impact of what being maritime countries is on the way that our shipbuilding, our supply chain, even our agriculture has adapted to support our maritime ambitions. And we have to continue to invest in that, providing I believe, a cohering thread to the national maritime endeavor. There is much to be positive for our future. Our relationships have never been stronger, and there is more that we can and must do together and alongside our other partners and allies around the world. Whether on the seabed, under or on the water or in the air, our interests and opportunities have never been more closely aligned. This matters because the future threatens to be more contested and less stable than in many decades. And we must confront that as part of our endeavor to ensure peace and prosperity on and from the sea.
Thank you very much, sir. I turn on my right to give the floor to you, sir.
Thank you. Admiral Vandier, Admiral Key, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to Admiral Vandier, to the French Navy, and to the French Institute, and for all of those who work behind the scenes to bring this inaugural Paris Naval Conference to life. Congratulations. I'd like to forego my formal remarks and build off what Admiral Vandier and what Admiral Key have already eloquently laid out by beginning to address the question, Thomas, that you posed in your opening comments. And that question essentially, if I could rephrase, you asked, given the security environment that we face, what is the approach of our Navy to face that security environment, number one? Number two, where do we see similarities across the three navies, and where do we see some divergence? And so with that, I think it's important when you think about our navies to realize that it takes a long time to make significant changes in the production lines of capital ships with respect to their design and their production, which takes time. I would say the same in this century for our aircraft, for our fighters, and for our bombers, fifth and on the verge of developing sixth generation aircraft. And so the reason why that's important is because we almost realize that a fight, not only tonight, but in 5 years' time, 6 years' time, is largely going to be had with the force that we have today. And so one must recognize, as Admiral Keyes said, the investment that we make in our people is fundamentally important. The art of war is as, if not more important than the technology that we bring to bear against an opponent. So, given the fact that we're going to fight with what we have, it's important that we make investments now in those game-changing technologies and training aids that'll make us more capable and more lethal. That's how we improve upon what we have today. At the same time, it's taking stock in the navies that we have today and asking ourselves some difficult questions on whether or not in the future that's the Navy that we need to fight with. These are the things that are going to be important in a fight of the future. In order to answer that question, one must understand not only the evolving threats that we face, but how we would fight in the future. How we fight has to inform what we're going to fight with and those acquisition strategies that we're going to pursue to give our people the absolute best platforms and capabilities. So that's the approach. Improve upon what we have, and at the same time, be honest with ourselves in designing fleets of the future. For our own Navy, we've come to the realization that the trends that we see going forward are more submarines, are less larger surface combatants, more smaller surface combatants, more auxiliary ships, and definitely more unmanned under the sea, on the sea, and in the air. And the reason for that is because we intend to come at an adversary in a distributed manner. So that is to say that we would leverage all domains from seabed to space, and in the physical, we would come and try to present a vexing challenge to any opponent that we face across the physical domain by coming kind of a multi-dimensional, multi-vector approach. In terms of similarities, I think Admiral Vandier mentioned this. This is the age of naval rearmament. After 2 decades of land wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, where quite understandably, based on the fact that those fights were the priorities, counter-violent extremist organization focus was at the fore for our nations. I think it's fair to say that we underinvested in our navies. And then, as Admiral Keyes so eloquently explained, the reason why navies are important, the reason why our prosperity and the national security of our nations are heavily dependent upon unimpeded access to markets and on free trade routes. And so those things fundamentally haven't changed. But I think our national leaders have recognized that we need to rearm our navies. And so this is the age of naval rearmament. We've all been blessed with senior leaders who support an increased investment in our navies. And so I think that's point number one with respect to the vector that we all seem to be on right now. I think Admiral Vandier made the points about interoperability and interchangeability, which we all believe in. I think our day-to-day operations out there are testimony to that. In the month of November, you saw 5 aircraft carriers, Allied aircraft carriers, underway in the Euro-Atlantic area at the same time. The Italian ship Cavour, Queen Elizabeth, Charles de Gaulle, the USS Gerald R. Ford, and our newest carrier, and also the George Herbert Walker Bush. And so formidable message, I think, to anybody watching, and there were many who were, But at the same time, that just doesn't happen. We are comfortable not only working alongside each other, but more increasingly, you see our ships in each other's strike groups and formations. You see our authorities being leveraged by each other. And so that path is on firm ground and heading in the right direction. With respect to differences, I think that you'll see investments in different areas to a different degree. One, I might point out that Admiral Key and I have the challenge right now of not only building up our conventional force, but at the same time, rebuilding our nuclear force. And so when you're trying to manage your budgets and you're trying to set priorities, nuclear deterrence is a no-fail mission. And so balancing that at this time in this decade of urgent action is sometimes a bit tricky. So I think that you'll see perhaps some differences in terms of where we invest, and I think that's okay, because at the end of the day, we've been very transparent with each other in terms of our investment strategies. We share technology with each other, I think, fairly well in terms of those game-changing technologies that I mentioned earlier. And I think that the fact that we have some differences, we have to think hard about where we turn those into strengths and minimize any vulnerability as we work together as a team and go beyond just operating as separate navies. So with that, Thomas, I hope I set the table and we're off and running.
Thank you very much, sir. We are on time, so I can start with a general question to three of you. Also, for those who are online, they can use the system to raise questions, and I will turn to the room after this this step. My very first question is related to the tension between the fact that Navy are very difficult to be built. It's a very long process, at least 1, 2, 3 decades. And at the same time, we are facing a very fast-moving geopolitical context. So you see my point. How should we manage this tension between something, once again, very difficult, very costly to be built, which can be also destroyed in one day, and once again, this very fluid geopolitical system. So I would suggest to reverse the order, and maybe so you can start with that to explain to us how the U.S. Navy try to combine this tension, to articulate, maybe would be the proper word. It would be better with your microphone, if I may.
I will offer a couple of thoughts. First of all, with respect to the platforms that we invest in, we talked about it takes a long time to design and field those platforms. You want them faster, but more importantly, you want to make sure you get it right. Because if you build ships or aircraft that are not fit for purpose, you're going to live with them for a long time, perhaps a couple of decades, perhaps longer than that. And so those are not insignificant investment decisions that you make, not just as a Navy, but as a nation. And so they deserve some thought and some critical thought from folks that are outside the Navy as well. I think I go back to what I mentioned in terms of game-changing technologies, and I think that's where we can make some significant headway with the help of industry. So many of the, if I used unmanned and AI as an example, most of that technology, especially unmanned, is technology that already exists in the civilian sector. So the important piece about that is that technical risk is already driven down to an acceptable level in most of those cases. We are just repurposing those platforms for military use. With AI, it's a little bit different, but we have coders that are very smart and are able to take the platforms that we have and the purpose that we need, the function that we need them to perform, and actually write those algorithms fairly quickly, and then we can test them in an operational environment. And so I'll just close by focusing on the development, the testing and development piece, which I think is a really important point. Typically, when we design ships and aircraft, at least in the United States, we do that in Washington, D.C., which is far removed from sailors on the waterfront, right? But when we're looking at these new unmanned technologies and we're looking at AI, we're actually putting these platforms and the computer software, what we're doing is we're applying it against real world problems. We're not experimenting for the sake of experimenting, but we're trying to solve real world problems now. And so that gives us insights on which one of those platforms we want to sundown and which we want to double down on so that we can get it in the hands of our sailors very quickly. So I just offer those thoughts. I think the DevOps kind of environment is a game changer for us, and I think it brings small companies that are very ambitious into the game. It gives them skin in the game and allows them to be relevant in an important area.
Before turning to Admiral Benke, can I challenge you on your personal viewpoint of the recent, more significant transformation of the geopolitical environment? How could you resume things very quickly? How do you see the main transformation, the main recent transformation?
Could you give me an example? I want to make sure that I'm understanding your question correctly.
For instance, what is the consequences of Ukraine in your vision? What is the consequence?
So in terms of what can we possibly learn from that, from Russia, Ukraine? When I talk about this tragic situation right now, when I talk to our sailors about it, which I think is the most important conversation I can have, Amiral Vandier hit at this morning in a private conversation, but the Ukrainians are learning war while they're fighting the war. And they're doing so in a way that is so agile and so flexible and so nimble. They're leveraging technology down at the tactical level. Again, this goes down to the soldier in the battlefield. And I think for all of for our navies and for our sailors, that's the kind of spirit that we want. That's the kind of, that brings an asymmetric advantage to our navies that perhaps put you in a position of advantage in a fight. And so I think for me, that's one of the most important lessons that we learn.
Thank you. So I turn now to you, sir. Your way to articulate the long-term program with the fast-moving transformation of the strategic environment.
I think there are just 2 points I'd bring out to, in part, build on Mike, and also to address one of the challenges you made at the beginning of this section, Thomas, which is, if there are these amazing weapons being developed which are rendering big ships too vulnerable for the amount of time and investment, then why should we continue to do it? And the history of warfare, and the people in the audience much better qualified than me to comment in detail, the history of warfare is littered with those moments when you had that kind of revolution in military affairs, and someone had said, we have found the moment at which all else now is rendered obsolete. And actually, subsequent analysis proves that not necessarily to be true. The second observation I would make is, and picking up on what Pierre said, the sinking of the Moskva reminded us that the loss of ships at sea is something we are out of practice of seeing. And in many ways, it is a tactical action. It just happens to be with something that is larger and sadly will take many more lives in one go. And the reference to Admiral Woodward is timely. 41 years ago was the last time that we in the UK lost a number of ships. And they were tactical actions. And because the leadership of the Royal Navy at the time, particularly Henry Leach, my predecessor, had been brought up in the Second World War, they were able to go into the political leadership and calm their anxiety that suddenly the loss of the Sheffield meant that the endeavour was over. It wasn't. It was a tactical action. And we therefore have a responsibility in this, being ready to fight tonight with what we've got, We also need to understand the threat that is against us and adjust our pattern of maneuver accordingly. The last 20 years has taught us, in many ways, sadly, that we will operate with impunity except at the tactical action of the person on land, because that is the nature of many of the operations we have been conducting, particularly in the Middle East, where we were not threatened in the air and we were not particularly threatened at sea. The lesson we've got to take on board now is that those threats are balancing out and they're adjusting and changing. But it is perfectly possible, with the same imagination and ingenuity that we have shown over the decades and centuries, to respond to it. Because what is the other choice? That if you believe, and I don't, but if you believe that the hypersonic carrier killer missile problem capability now exists and the targeting is completely assured and it can get through every single time, if you believe that, then actually nobody's going to go out anywhere. That's not how we are. And if the carrier killer missile capability is solved, and the Chinese have done that, then why are they building aircraft carriers as well? So we have to have courage and confidence that the ingenuity that both Mike and Pierre have talked to, and the courage of our convictions to be able to operate in tactically proficient manner at sea, allow us still to do the things that we ought to be doing. And within that is an acceptance that loss at sea is an inevitable outcome of brutal war. And that is what happened to the Moskva. And we need to adapt. Now, clearly, I'm not advocating for 1 minute that I'm going to expose HMS Queen Elizabeth or HMS Prince of Wales to undue levels of risk. That's, traditional role of the escort fleet is to deal with that and to harness all of the information, all of the capabilities that we can make available to ourselves to balance the operational advantage in our favor. But we just need to think these problems through, not cower away from them in the face of a single stated, this moment of change is now complete and total. That is, I think, the bit that is actually really challenging and enthusing the young men and women who are joining the Royal Navy today, and no doubt the navies around the world, because these are proper problems around which actually the answers are within their minds, not ours. Because the other thing I know is not only are their lives far disconnected from the decisions made in capitals, Washington, London, Paris, I'm sure we all have those same challenges. But in age terms, they're far disconnected from how I see the world. And the people who are going to embrace those opportunities and going to find those solutions are the ones that are going to be out in the battle space at the time dealing with them. And they're going to be younger than me. They're going to be more agile in the way they approach technology. And they're going to be way more innovative because of the pressures they're going to feel at the time, just as we're seeing with the people of Ukraine contending with a problem set that 12 months ago, everyone thought if there was an invasion, a big if, it turned out to be the case, then it would be over very quickly. Clearly a position that President Putin believed to be the case when he directed the order he did.
Before moving to Amiral Vandier, I would like to give you the opportunity maybe to describe quickly the main transformation you are driving right now for the Royal Navy. What are the main challenges for the Royal Navy, the difficulties, and possibly the success you have already met?
The integrated review of 2021 confirmed for us a very exciting forward program of new ships. And at the same time, we are also in the process of building the next generation of strategic missile-carrying nuclear submarine. So for the Royal Navy at the moment, we are going through a degree of proportional change over the next 10 to 15 years that we have not experienced since the end of the Second World War. And we're also doing it in a really strange way for us, which is we've been directed to get bigger, which is not the habit of navies over the last few decades when we've tended to be told to get smaller. So we're having to learn some new habits. And the key challenge for us now actually is, and we're having a conversation with industry about this all of the time, is how do you manage that degree of proportional change for the future whilst remaining tactically proficient and credible today? And we're doing the bridging bit that both Mike and Pierre have alluded to. And I can only do that with the complete support and buy-in of the shipbuilding and support industries that exist across the UK and elsewhere. They cannot take liberties with their delivery timescales. They cannot take liberties with their scope. Schedule has to come in on time. And it's changing the nature of the sort of conversation we're having with them. And I credit them. Some of the companies are represented here. I credit them with leaning into this, but we're having to change a mindset that now says the premium of any conversation is not the cost, it's not the scope, it's the schedule. Because if we can't stick to the time, then my ability to integrate the various challenges across a number of transitions, we will fail in what we've been set to do. And we have to do this at the speed of relevance. That's causing us to create a different way of thinking in the maritime industrial base in the United Kingdom and getting them to think about where are the future skill sets, where are the investments in the young men and women, where are the security of the supply chain. That sort of shift in our thinking is one of the biggest challenges we face today.
Thank you very much. Amiral, your point on this articulation between long-term and adaptation.
I think navies are probably the one among the three services where this question is the more difficult to solve, because the time frame for platform is a very, very long time frame. And so it's a very difficult challenge to make elephants be as flexible as judokas. So this is the challenge. So if we consider time frames, I will take an example. The Ruby class submarine that has to be replaced at the beginning during this decade. The submarine were designed in the 70s. They were commissioned in the 80s, and they are still operating until the end of the decade. These submarines are very different today of what they were in the beginning. They have new systems, new sonar, new concept, new tactics. And so the way we employ these submarines are different from the way they were employed 20 years ago. So we have different cycles, different time frames. We have the time frame for the platform. Today, the new pieces for the future SSBNs are under construction, and for a submarine that will last up to the 2080. So it's the time of the platform, and we need not to miss the design of the platforms. Platforms have to be built to be adaptable. Then there is a time of platform modifications. So it's what we call midlife upgrade. It's something we do each 10, 15 years, where we make a refit that is able to give new capabilities, to include new systems. Then we have the time frame of system update, which is something which is in a loop of years, perhaps 2-3 years, to experiment and implement, test, and then put in service. And then we have another loop, which is a new one, which is the technological implementation of new technologies, where all the digital tools, all the IT is able to be implemented on very short loops. Perhaps you know in Ukraine that some software as Uber or Deliveroo have been used in a military function very quickly. And so the IT and the digital world has to be taken in account on this loop. What is at the end of this is these loops, which are linked together, are able to give us the opportunity to adapt, to refresh, to invent new courses of actions. And so it's what we try to do now with our Polaris exercises, with our Perseus organization, which is trying to let our commanders have the opportunity to adapt to something which is new, not waiting for a midlife upgrade. Third point, we speak a lot of technology today. I think we need to be prudent and don't make mistakes on technological assessment. We have a precedent in this French history. It's called Jeune École. It was at the end of the precedent century, just to refresh the idea. In fact, it was a time after the 1870 war where the navies, the French Navy had not that much money. And so they said, okay, we don't have money, we will have ideas. And so they took a great advantage of new technologies as torpedoes. And they thought that it was time to be rid of big destroyers. And they'd realized that it was a mistake. I won't develop because it's a French-British story. But what no, so just to explain, it's a fashoda event. So you know that it's quite a good example. So there was a fight about controlling fashoda between Lord Kitchener and Colonel Marchand. And this fight was won by the French on the field, but the Royal Navy, the British, went to say, okay, if you don't leave this position, we will strike your home ports with our destroyers. And at that time, French forces had only torpedo boats that were able to go outside for its maximum sea state of 3. And that was the discussion. And President Delcasse said, I will say in France, nous avons les arguments, ils ont les armes. Okay, it was the end of it. So that was the story. So I think we need not to mistrust what the technologies are able to do. So I do think that drones and unmanned are very useful, but I'm not sure they will replace manned in all conditions in the next decade or 2 decades. They are more useful to do things we are not able to do, or they can overcome some difficulties we have, and especially we are speaking of personal, of contested environments. But saying, okay, all things will be unmanned, I think it's a mistake, and nobody can do that. No, IT will not replace man thinking, and what we are doing is not in IT yet. And I hope it won't be. It's the same idea for persistent surveillance. You think, and I follow some of my ships on Twitter accounts. And so sometimes I have reports on Twitter better than by my staff. But I know the time frame is inconsistent with warfighting, with tactical assessment, with engagement. So it just to be funny here, but really even the persistent surveillance is not able to solve all the tactical situation we are facing too. So yes, technology is good, but we have to incorporate that in a more long-term perspective and in a strategical and geopolitical perspective, which is sounded. And so it's the reason why we are here.
Let me continue on that, because in terms of dissimilarities between the three navies, very certainly the different interaction with respective naval industries. So, Admiral, on that, I would be interested in knowing on which point, in your view, some improvement can be made in the future to improve this transformation process through the interaction between the Marine Nationale and the industry.
I think we need to take advantage of field experimentation. So if you open the box and you let your commanders try to invent something, if you put the engineers of the industry alongside them and understanding what kind of problems they have, what kind of solutions they can build with them, we'll make a cycle that will be quicker. Today, the loop is going in the staffs. So you need to be a captain, then you go in état-major des armées, and then you try to design something, and it will take years to be in the field. I was in EMA in 2009, and I designed the standard F3 of Rafale, which is under service last year. So this is the time. 10 years to make something in the field. So I think the engineers, when they work with the forces, they will give better solutions. And so it will be an accelerating loop. And so it's what we try to do with the Perseus concept. The idea is on big exercise to embark some engineers coming from the industry to see what we do and to be able to report to their companies, okay, we've seen that, we think that that kind of problem could be solved by what we have. And so the DGA, which is at the center of the acquisition process, will be more active, more agile, and they will fulfill our needs more quickly.
Well, before turning to those in the room, I have questions on my screen. The thing is, I can't read them, so I will invent them. It's not a problem, but if you can find a way to let me read them precisely, it would be helpful. But before going to the room, I would like to raise a second issue for three of you, related to human resources, because Amiral, you mentioned, you quoted, Mahan on that, and I think it's a very significant quotation. I would be interested in having your viewpoints on human resources through three things: recruitment, training, and I would say fighting spirits. How could you describe that for the Royal Navy? Similar question for the Navy and for the Marine Nationale.
Thank you. And I think actually of those three, you've missed out the most challenging, which is to retain. So recruitment for us is going okay at the moment. We continue to offer attractive careers that young people want to engage with, and the nature of the skills investment we make in young men and women is attractive not just to them, but dare I say it, also to their parents, who see it as a good way of getting their children good skills for very little money, because we bear the cost of the training. So in that sense, we are still providing something that is aspirational and attractive and seen as a worthwhile organization to be part of. We know that we've got to change the way that we train, because young men and women today draw on information and data differently. They learn differently. And frankly, we know that some of our traditional methods of education and training are very slow. We've got to get away from linear investment in the human skill set and try and find the sort of concurrent manner that young people want to learn in. But I think the real challenge is how do we move against or create a career for people who have far greater confidence that they can move laterally between employers, between roles, between tasks, who feel much more comfortable with variety looking ahead, when we three lead, like most navies of the world, very bottom-fed structures. And the real challenge for us in the Royal Navy over the next 10 to 15 years is to fundamentally rethink what a naval career looks like. It's got to be lateral. A phrase that some of my team are using is zigzag. It needs to be as easy to rejoin the Royal Navy as it is to join it in the beginning. We need to be able to recognize that skill sets derived not just in maritime industries, but potentially in something completely different has a buyback that we would want to invest in. And finding remuneration, pension, development skills that appeal in that way over time is really, really important, and is the biggest HR challenge I think we face over the next 20 years.
Thank you. Sir, what about the Navy on that?
I'll start off with retention briefly. So in two words, talent management. We are in the business of developing and retaining warfighters, but the way we've done it in the past doesn't necessarily lend itself to retaining. We have a much higher percentage of our forces married, as an example, with children. And so developing a marketplace approach that gives sailors more say in their next assignment, again, putting them in a job that matters, that matches their skill sets, where they're going to make a difference, but also allowing them to have a sense of purpose, right? As a warfighter, that they are part of a meaningful part of a larger team. And so talent management for us has taken this new twist with respect to this marketplace approach that we just started testing over the past year, and we see the benefits of it. It's also paying much more individual attention to each sailor. And as Admiral Key mentioned, we have made it far too easy for our sailors to transition out of the Navy. We want to make sure that they transition well back into civilian society. But now the first question to ask is, what can we do to keep you in? What can we do to retain you? And so this, again, empowering them to have a greater say in that next assignment. With respect to attracting talent, so we have largely shifted to social media platforms in the virtual world, but that's where we find that the younger population, we can get their attention. And we're also trying to tell the story of the United States Navy through the eyes of sailors. And so short videos, as an example, that are not scripted, that allow sailors to tell their story, why they feel fulfilled doing what they do. And so we found that to be very effective. We have also reached out to the gaming community, as you might imagine, and we've also found a lot of success in trying to reach out to that sector. That said, there was a period during the height of COVID, before we had the vaccines, where we zeroed out our spending on television commercials, as an example, and we went completely digital. We've learned that was probably not a sound decision, not necessarily with respect to the young audience, but you also have to consider influencers. And so parents, grandparents, school administrators, they still watch television. And so back to making those investments in those commercials for reasons that are quite obvious. But it is a war for talent. And, we were talking about the industrial base a few minutes ago. And for the United States, the size of that industrial base with respect to workers has shrunk 35% over my career. And so we are fighting for that. We are now, when I talk to CEOs of whether they're aircraft companies or shipbuilders, it's clear to me that we're all going after the same talent. And so trying to make ourselves stand out in a way that's different from everybody else has been something that we've had to really think about, because the population that we have that's available is pretty small when you consider the age group of, let's say, 18 to 25, which might be millions of young people. But then when you get down to those that are physically qualified, that have test scores that are acceptable, and that importantly want to serve in the military, that's a smaller group. And so we are very much focused on how to attract people to the United States Navy in a way that'll be a win-win for them and a win for us.
Thank you. Before turning to Amiral Vandier, please let me know, for those in the room, if you want to intervene. You have a unique opportunity to challenge three admirals, so use it. But just let me know before for giving you the microphone afterwards. Amiral, on the human resources.
So, as I finished my previous speech about Mahan, the core of all our issues are human resources. For the time, the recruitment is going well. So we recruit nearly 4,000 people a year, and it works. It still works pretty well despite the COVID and the difficulties of employment in France. The biggest problem we are facing is to retention, as you said, because what happens? Sea life is difficult, and a full career at sea is something less and less people can afford, because their wives or the companion is working too, they have children, and it's difficult to take that in account. And so the seamen are so well paid outside when they quit the Navy with their skills that it's very difficult to pay them sufficiently to keep them in. So at that time, we observed that we have a rising gap between experience and competence. We have It's easy to have competent people, but we have less and less experienced people. And so it's a new risk we have to take in account, is to have talented people, to have trained people, competent but not experienced. And so it's a new way to do things. And so we are working on rebuilding our education and training system. It used to be as a Playmobil factory. You use plastic, and then you have the same guys which are getting out of school, and so you just have to paint them. And so give them a patch, and then they will go in submarine, they will go in aviation, and so they will do the job, and then they'll be graduate. This is no more affordable. In the French Navy, 80% of our jobs represent each of them 1% of the people, which is a nightmare in human resource. So the idea we are working on is a new concept where, in fact, we will spend less time in schools and less time for education and more time for training on the ships. We will renew our ships, and so our new ships will be our simulators. It's on these ships that we will be able to train our people. And so the idea is to deliver them with the help of internet technologies about education, the proper courses, the proper training adapted to what they are doing actually on the ship and not what they are supposed to do from a school point of view. And so it's a huge change, and we expect to have less people in the schools, to use the schools as a sort of I'm searching for the word, a sort of help for the commanders to train their people more than a separated organization from the fleet commands. And so it will be a huge change we are working on in the next decade, because we know we don't have much more people within us in the next decade.
Thank you. So I have a question online, but in the room, row number 6. So Theo, I think that if you could introduce you very briefly, it would be helpful for the admirals to respond. And let me know if you want to intervene after that this way.
Thank you. My name is Lee Willett. Thank you for the chance to be with you. I'm an independent writer about Navy stuff. I wanted to explore the issue of leveraging technology, please. All three admirals have mentioned it as a theme, and Admiral GILDAY mentioned the particular issue of unmanned systems and AI. But I wanted to ask the question in two parts. The second part relating to how you make it relevant in the current context, for example, operations in Ukraine. I saw a story on the news in the UK the other week about the average life expectancy for UAV in Ukraine. They need a system that is very, very technologically capable to do surveillance that it needs, but it lasts about 6 days before someone shoots it. So you have new kit that you need that must be capable, but you need it quickly, and then it gets destroyed quickly. So I wondered if I might ask the admirals to comment on what key technology, maybe one in particular, they think is really, really relevant in today's operational environment, given that the kinds of challenges you see in Ukraine. And then also how you can shorten the concept through OPEX, through operation deployment cycle to get that kit into service really quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take the second question over there. If there is a third one, please let me know to gather the thing. Venez vers moi, Romain. Voilà.
Brent Sadler from the Heritage Foundation. It's really kind of a follow-up on that question. Admiral GILDAY, you haven't talked about Task Force 59 and what lessons you've learned from that of employing, learning from actually using unmanned systems in concert with manned systems. And if you could kind of give kind of a top kind of overview of what you've learned and where you see the US Navy going. But then I'd like to pivot and hear from the French and our British allies how they're taking lessons from what we're doing and how we might be working more collaboratively across our three navies.
Thank you. Admiral.
Sure. I'll try and address both questions at the same time. So I think the first part of Mr. Willett's question had to do with if you will, the life cycle of an unmanned platform in combat, and the amount of money that you would invest in some of the systems that we have today at very high cost. I think you need a mix of platforms. And so the first question is, what do you actually want them to do? Do you want them to deliver weapons? Do you want them to gather information? And what's changed over the past few years is that the problem is not the availability of the platforms. The parallel that I draw, that some have heard me talk about before, is the automobile industry in the United States. So Tesla is the digital twin, and everybody wants to be like Tesla. Everybody has the platforms. The magic is the AI software plug, right? That is the magic. It's the AI. And so AI is what really brings that platform alive and gives it operational relevance in a theater like the Middle East. And so for Mr. Sadler's question, that's one of the key takeaways for me, is the value of that AI software plug, and also the fact that instead of having a large company be the integrator of the software and the platform, I want to be the integrator. I want those sailors at the tactical edge making the decision of what's that best software patch matched against that platform that actually produces what they need with respect to usable information. The other thing I would tell you that we're leveraging is microprocessing. And what I mean by that is applications just like you have on your phone. And so at the tactical edge, taking this huge data lake of information that we're collecting with unmanned platforms, making use of it, and leveraging applications that can be changed very quickly. So users at the tactical edge saying, I want to make these changes to this application. Some of them can actually code and they can make that change themselves. We can test it and then apply it very quickly. So the DevOps, the development operations cycle that we're in right now with unmanned has allowed us to learn very quickly and to make informed decisions about what we're going to invest in, what we're going to invest into field, and what we're going to put aside. And what we found is the venture capitalists who live in this kind of environment every day, they're accustomed to making high-risk decisions. They're accustomed to, putting a bet on a capability that may or may not pan out. And so they are eager to fund companies to bring these capabilities, whether it's a platform or whether it's the AI to bear. And so we're learning a lot every day. I don't think that's going to stop. And I think that it'll help us actually put good capability in the hands of warfighters quickly.
Thank you, sir. Amiral, on these two questions.
I have 2 points on your questions. First, I think what is decisive is technologies which are relevant to fasten the OODA loop. At war is the core. So it's observe, orient, decide, and assess. And so this is, I think, one of the biggest lessons of the Ukraine war. The speed of OODA loop for the Ukrainians may be perhaps 10 times faster than the Russians. And so all the technologies that are able to fasten this decision-making process is something which is at the core of the system. And so all the systems we are building are using more and more digital systems. And so the investment in these technologies, I think, are decisive. The second point, just to give an example, you need to perhaps 1,000 NLAWs to kill 1,000 tanks. But if you have a proper OODA loop, you will send 2 HIMARS munition on the depot, and then it will be finished. And so this is what the Ukrainian did, quite with good success. The second point is we spoke a lot of drones and new weapons. I think the Western countries, a price per shot problem. If we need to shoot at $10,000 target with a 1 million missile, one day we will lose. It was the question that Israel asked themselves with the Iron Dome. And so I think we need to have a better protection of our forces for low-end threats. We can't spend huge big missiles to do just dumb targets. And so it's the other point. And so just to finish my point, I think between our navies, because it was one of your question, what kind of subject we have together, I think the core is data interoperability. Because if we want to act together, it's the OODA loop which is decisive. And so we have to be able to share this data and this process and these softwares that make us be efficient in warfighting, much more than weapons.
Thank you, sir.
Two very quick points, because anything else I was going to say has been covered already. We need to create an environment in which the practitioners, which are the young men and women in the fleet, feel permission to fail fast and to move on. And one of the challenges when you're spending public money or government money is this concept that you haven't wasted it. But actually what we're discovering is that the learning is the investment. And how we create that environment within our structures will allow us to leverage the technology at the speed of relevance. And then in a compare and contrast with what we're seeing in Ukraine, as opposed to some of the challenges we have in the United Kingdom at the moment, is the regulator environment needs to adapt to the speed at which we're trying to bring in new technology. In Ukraine, the risk appetite of the Ukrainian population for things not quite being as safe as they once were is enormously high, because their lives are implicitly quite dangerous, quite threatened at the moment. We, for very understandable reasons, have invested in huge systems to ensure safety of life in what we go about. But it has actually created a significant bureaucratic burden in the regulatory environments, where very often now our regulators do not know or fully understand how to regulate in the modern high-tech space. And there is a real challenge for us with the defense military regulators in the United Kingdom, and I think also more broadly, that we have a really a fresh think about what does risk and reward look like. Because it cannot be that the paperwork that allows you to test a new technology takes so long that that technology gets overtaken by the next generation. But I fear that in some spaces, that is what we're going to see. Of course, one of the joys for mariners is we can head out into the high seas, where population is not necessarily at risk. And if something falls out of the sky or sinks, it's probably unrecoverable from about 2,000 meters down.
Thank you very much. Well, the only word I remember from my reading of Clausewitz is frictions. So to avoid frictions or to anticipate frictions between session 1 and session 2 and to respect schedule, I will conclude this first session by thanking you warmly for this presentation and for your answer. And I'm sure that you deserve our applause. Thank you very much. So there is no coffee break at this time. If you want a coffee break later, we should be on time now. So Eloise, it's your turn and your leadership now.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Merci d'être présents pour la deuxième table ronde de la Conférence navale de Paris, dédiée aux évolutions de la stratégie navale dans le contexte géopolitique actuel. Je me permets de rappeler que l'interprétation peut se faire dans les deux sens. Donc, si vous êtes francophone et que vous préférez suivre la conférence en français, n'hésitez pas à demander un casque. Et donc, comme ça, toutes les interventions qui seront faites en anglais pour les deux tables rondes pourront être traduites en français. Donc, n'hésitez pas. Nous avons des personnes qui distribuent des casques juste derrière vous. So thank you for our two or three panelists today to be here for this first edition of the Conférence navale de Paris. It's an honor to have you there, and I hope you enjoyed the first roundtable with the three chiefs. So we're going to talk about the evolution of naval strategy in today's geopolitical context. So meaning mostly, of course, China and the war in Ukraine, but also other topics such as history and also hybrid warfare dedicated to the Navy. So I will briefly introduce the three speakers. Then they will have 5 to 7 minutes each to do an introducing statement. Then there will be a discussion between the four of us, and of course, at the end, the floor will be open to questions on Zoom and also, of course, in the room. So, Kristen, you're a senior policy researcher at the RAND Corporation based in Washington. You've been there for more than 10 years. You work mostly on military, security, and foreign policy issues in the Indo-Pacific region, so of course with a focus on China. And you've produced several studies and reports for a variety of clients, both at the Department of Defense and in the private sector. And before joining RAND, you served as an advisor at the Pentagon on the Indo-Pacific. Dr. Elie Tenenbaum, you are the director of the Security Studies Center here at CIFRI, meaning that you're my boss. You work in particular on the issues of irregular warfare, the fight against terrorism and the hybrid threats. You work also on French defense policy and military operation. You received your PhD in history from Sciences Po, and you've also been a visiting scholar at Columbia University. And Professor Geoffrey Till. So you're the Emeritus Professor of Maritime Study at King's College London and the Chairman of the Corbett Center for Maritime Policy Studies. You've written extensively, more than 300 books, chapters, and articles on naval history and strategy. You just came back from the U.S. Naval War College, where you held the chair for naval history and strategy. And I've read you've been recently awarded an OBE, so Officer of the Order to the British Empire for services to defense. So, of course, congratulations are in order regarding this new title. So I will ask you the same question for you three in order to begin the roundtable. So according to you, what does the return of the naval combat, which is a subtitle of the first edition of the Conférence navale de Paris, so what does it mean for you today? And how is it likely to take place in the near future regarding today's geopolitical context? So Professor Till, if you want to start, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm going to concentrate on the emerging lessons of the Ukraine war because it reminds us that the future nature of naval warfare depends very much on the context. The war seems to suggest an international order that's gradually coalescing into blocks, with an increasing tendency to act as though peace is the conduct of war by other means. The result could well be an increased likelihood of big war, of long war, and of unpredictable war, which need to be prepared for. Putting it all together, the experience reinforces the common sense conclusion that planners need to prepare for as many contingencies as they can. And given that it is often more expensive to maintain a military capability than to develop it in the first place, the Ukrainian experience underlines the importance of high levels of readiness and sustainability. Without this kind of resilience, with the national resources to back it up, military forces will prove to be much less than they appear. This applies to navies just as much as it does to any other form of military power. With this in mind, the Ukraine experience suggests three things about the future of naval warfare: that it's important, that it's different, and that it's the same. I'll stay with its importance. The images of burning tanks, shattered streets, and the relentless pounding of Ukraine's energy infrastructure explains why its war with Russia, is so often seen as essentially a land-air conflict rather than a maritime one. But this would be a mistake. The maritime side of this conflict is crucial to its outcome and has lessons for all navies everywhere. Sea power concerns in part motivated the conflict and have shaped its conduct. For the Russians and the Ukrainians, it's a struggle with who can control the coastal zone and the capacity to determine access to and from it. What is at stake is the Russian capacity to blockade the Ukrainian war economy and to conduct a variety of operations against the shore, which in turn influence the struggle on land. For the West, it was important to conduct large-scale naval exercises before and after the conflict started to demonstrate resolve and deter horizontal or vertical escalation. The Russians have done and are doing exactly the same thing. For the West, the sea is the means via a sea-based sanctions campaign to bring pressure to bear on the Russian war economy, and in particular its capacity to acquire or manufacture the weaponry its forces need. This operation is global in effect and requires naval and military maritime servicing around the world. The Russians are doing what they can to evade it. The outcome of this struggle could well prove decisive. The nature of every conflict is scenario dependent. I'm talking about the differences now. The nature of every conflict is scenario dependent, heavily influenced by a unique context. The Black Sea is a closed sea with many legal constraints on access. This is not an open water conflict. Moreover, at sea, it's a struggle between decided unequals, with the Black Sea Fleet hugely superior to the Ukrainian Navy. There is some justification, though, for the Russians to claim that this is turning into a proxy war, leveraging the naval strength of NATO. But proxy wars also have their own distinctive rhythms and agendas. Accordingly, what emerges here in this untypical context might not apply, say, to a conflict over Taiwan, where the geostrategic situation and the correlation of forces are very different. We should not expect a straight read across. On technology, the impact of unmanned systems, drones, seems so great that it challenges conventional thinking about the shape of the future fleet. The retreat of the Black Sea Fleet to Sebastopol and Novorossiysk seems likely to reinforce the arguments of those who maintain that the increasing effectiveness of such instruments as sea denial means that the fleets of the future will need to comprise diffused concentrations of power and distributed operations by smaller, faster forces networked together. Or, on the other hand, the capability to attack by conventional forces from a greater distance. Especially ashore, but at sea too, we have seen what the Chinese call civil-military fusion, both inside Ukraine and outside it, where commercial capabilities contribute directly to the military effort. Ukraine's access to Elon Musk's Starlink satellite system, for example, is of huge operational benefit. The battle for information superiority and the extent to which war is theatre for the winning of opinion seems particularly important in this conflict and probably future ones. Finally, the similarities. Arguably, although the context means they take different forms, the conventional concepts of traditional naval operations seem alive and well. The struggle for sea control is as important as ever. The military advantage of secure slots and/or a tight commercial blockade, the capacity for naval forces to influence the outcome of military events ashore are just as relevant. Less obviously, naval diplomacy as a means of deterring adversaries and winning friends seems crucial, not least in the prosecution of the sanctions campaign. It reminds us that the West's major navies have not and should not neglect other tasks in other parts of the world. Maritime security is indivisible. The Ukraine war has ranged widely across all the domains of war. The need for close integration of naval, land, and air forces in multi-domain operations is totally clear. Equally, the Ukrainians have demonstrated the manifest strategic advantage to be gained from the military effort being closely coordinated with the wider diplomatic, economic, political, legal, and informational lines of the national effort. While there's very little in this that is inherently new, its extent underlines the importance of the concept of integrated deterrence now being pursued on both sides of the Atlantic. Despite early efforts to shield its population from the consequences of the conflict, Russia has likewise increasingly sought to buttress its military effort by leveraging all aspects of its national power. The importance of logistical resilience once more emerges as a key element in military success. Nothing new here either, but we do need to be constantly reminded of it. Finally, for all the talk about the transformative effect of new military technology, not least as shown by Ukraine's constant requests for ever more capable systems, the enduring importance of good training, the careful husbanding of human resources, and perhaps, above all, of individual motivation stands out. In conclusion, because the nature of naval operations is so heavily dependent on the scenario, it is difficult to generalize. It's also difficult to predict, which leads to the unhelpful conclusion that fleet planners need to prepare for everything. Hence the importance of versatility, resilience, readiness. This explains, incidentally, why navies often find it difficult to articulate a long strategic vision that satisfies critics in Congress or wherever. Talking about the maritime side rather than the merely naval side of the Ukraine war should help here, I think. Resources being constrained, this challenging requirement will encourage the coalescing into blocks that I mentioned earlier. On the face of it, that seems to increase the prospect of big, long war. This in turn underlines the crucial importance of navies preparing to fight and win the wars they cannot deter, and of securing the support of the allies and partners they need. However, the Ukraine war shows how terrible the consequences of war are likely to be. The ability to agree the Black Sea Grain Initiative shows that even in a war like that, it is possible for the protagonists to do things in everybody's interest. It suggests that in their campaigns to build warfighting capability, navies should not neglect their capacity to cooperate over second-order or less imminent threats like pandemics, maritime crime, climate change, and humanitarian disasters, not least because these can lead to confrontation and war. Indeed, as in the Ukraine war, lesser problems at sea are often one of the first indicators of trouble ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Thiel. I will now give the floor to Kristen.
Okay, now it's working. So first, I'd like to thank Dr. GOMART and IFRI for having me here, as well as the French Navy. It's really an honor to be at this important event, and it's an honor to speak on this roundtable. So it's also great to follow Dr. Till's remarks because he mentioned many of the elements that I will also talk about in mine. Since my area of expertise is the Chinese military and the Indo-Pacific, my focus is really on potential military conflicts in that region. All three potential contingencies in the region would draw heavily on naval and air power. That is a Taiwan conflict, a South China Sea conflict, and an East China Sea conflict. And I do think we're entering a period of increased risk for conflict in general in these areas, particularly with increased tensions between China and Taiwan and also between China and the United States. So there are two drivers, in my view, of increased risk of naval warfare in the Indo-Pacific region. The first is the intensifying competition between China and the United States at a regional and a geopolitical level, where China is seeking to reform the international system to be more conducive to its interests. And this has involved actions like China disrupting and disregarding international norms in the maritime and air domains in East Asia, and introducing its own economic and security initiatives, such as the Belt and Road Initiative and the Global Security Initiative, which are meant to compete with US or Western-led organizations and programs, and they're meant to build China's influence and promote its foreign policy and security agenda, including increasing its military footprint and access in strategic locations or near vital economic interests. A second driver of increased risk of naval warfare has been the reform and modernization of the Chinese military, the People's Liberation Army. Given the heavily naval component of a Taiwan conflict, which is the primary conflict that the PLA has modernized for, China has been investing substantially in building up its naval power, as well as other elements of its force, to expand anti-access capabilities and its ability to do what the military terms as expanding the strategic space. And by that, they mean employing capabilities that can keep adversary forces as far away from the Chinese mainland or areas of conflict as possible. And this has led to increased PLA investment in all areas of naval capabilities, including advanced surface ships, aircraft carriers, and submarines, as well as the development of the missile forces, as was alluded to earlier in the earlier panel. Since 2016, the military's reform efforts have also focused on developing a modern military that can conduct joint operations and specifically better integrating naval capabilities and the PLA's air and missile forces. In addition, China's also developed a range of gray zone military capabilities to respond to US ally and partner activities in Asia. These include Chinese paramilitary components, such as the maritime militia and the Chinese Coast Guard. And they're used by China to coerce countries on the maritime territorial disputes and to augment China's claims to sovereignty and advance Chinese maritime rights and interests in disputed areas. So although these gray zone capabilities technically fall below the threshold of armed conflict, they do raise the potential for escalation and miscalculation in the maritime and air domains. In addition to modernizing its naval capabilities in the Indo-Pacific region, the Chinese Navy has also been tasked with developing capabilities to protect China's expanding overseas interests. And so while these are still somewhat limited, they are growing and are contributing to China's ability to use its military to shape the international security environment, from conducting counter-piracy operations in the Gulf of Aden, to establishing a naval base at Djibouti, to increasing port access in strategic locations. The growth of China's expeditionary military capabilities, and in particular its naval capabilities, means that the military is now a tool that China is using to gain advantage in the competitive environment. The PLA's foreign engagements now frequently play a supporting role in China's foreign policy objectives, such as its efforts to build a network of overseas partners, particularly along the Belt and Road, that prioritize relations with China and would support its diplomatic, economic, and security priorities. And some of these relationships have resulted in increased access for the PLA Navy and other parts of the military, such as the recent security pact in the Solomon Islands. And it's likely that we'll see China build several more overseas bases in the next decade. Although I should say that China still has a lot of work to do before it will be able to truly sustain combat operations overseas for longer periods of time, including building a more robust overseas logistics system and C4ISR network, which also requires China to have more partnerships around the world than it currently does. So I thought I would close with just a few implications. While the primary risk of naval warfare remains in the Indo-Pacific region, in my view, China's use of naval power overseas to gain and expand military access in strategic locations such as the Indian Ocean, Africa, Middle East, and Europe, as well as hone its operational expertise, will contribute to its overall warfighting capabilities. In terms of geopolitical implications, I think there are three. First, we need to continue to strengthen deterrence in the Indo-Pacific region and demonstrate commitment to upholding the international order and norms in the maritime domain. And this is an area where the US Navy and European counterparts could work together with Asian partners and allies to strengthen their maritime capabilities. For example, by conducting more multilateral exercises or training with countries like Japan, the Philippines, and other ASEAN states. Second, China's military rise and coercive actions in the Indo-Pacific create an opportunity for the United States and Europe to collaborate on fostering more multilateral dialogue and connections between Asian countries on maritime issues of concern, like freedom of navigation, exclusive economic zones, and fishing rights and maritime resources. And then lastly, given the PLA Navy's growing overseas capabilities and China's efforts to build influence in various locations, the United States and Europe could continue to work together in areas where they can increase their role as a military and security provider with partners in Africa and other locations around the world. So those are my opening remarks, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you for being right on time, short and sharp. It's perfect. So Ellie, you're the third.
Thank you, Eloise. I may be your boss here at IFRI, but I very much feel like a junior speaker here on this outstanding panel. Thank you for this question about the return of naval combat. First, I think it's important to acknowledge that naval activity at sea is diverse, and that over the last 3 decades or so, combat and warfighting, especially, has not necessarily been considered as the most urgent and probable mission by navies. This is especially true for European navies, but it may go as well for the US up to a certain point. Projecting power and forces on land from the sea, ensuring naval presence at sea, securing sea lines of communications and providing general maritime security missions, as well as ensuring the permanence of nuclear deterrence for the three navies concerned here, have all been primordial missions that sort of trumped combat and war fighting over the last 3 decades. And so the navies that we have today are in a way reflecting this era of peace at sea that we are coming out of. There are various reasons to think that the couple of decades ahead won't look like the 30 years behind us. First reason, of course, is redistribution, if not of sea power, at least of naval capabilities and capacities. The technological and economic rebalancing that has been at play since the start of the 21st century is now translating into massive rearmament, naval rearmament from mostly non-Western navies. It's true in terms of sheer tonnage, also in terms of technological capabilities, in terms of ranging systems, a number of varieties that I won't go into detail. And some of these non-Western navies, some of them are friendly forces, but other clearly revisionist of the world order. So from part of such powers, you have a worrying combination now of both intent and capability, which make, if not aggression, at least confrontation, more likely. First and foremost, Kristen is talking about it at length, is China with this naval buildup. I won't go into the details of it. I think you mapped this out pretty well, and probably everyone here is, well convinced of the depths of this buildup. The point is that now China is clearly striving and equipping itself for sea control strategy in the Pacific region, coupled with probably a bit more limited sea power projection farther in the Indo-Pacific region and even beyond. Clearly creating a big challenge for us. There are other revisionist powers, probably less ambitious in their goals or in their means and capabilities, but that could still bring about confrontation at sea. And I believe naval combat through the more limited objective of sea denial that Jeffrey has talked about. And here the case of Russia through its so-called bastion strategy in the Arctic, and possibly a very different kind of game that they are now playing in the Black Sea, is fitting in this category. And to a lesser extent, other revisionist powers, small ones, Iran, and less publicly adversarial states that I won't necessarily quote here, but are also developing sea denial strategies that may render naval combat probably much more plausible in the decades or in the years ahead. Now, fortunately, there also has been a number of strategic limits to escalation, both on land and at sea. First and foremost, being nuclear deterrence, to which sea power is, of course, instrumental. And I think we should always keep in mind the intrinsic link between the two and make sure that it is well understood by any challenger. Heavy investment in anti-submarine warfare, I think, positively contributes to deterrence, the nuclear part of it, as well as the more integrated part of it, even though we may disagree on that between French and Americans, at least. But escalation management is also important. And also, for instance, the fact that you have nuclear-capable planes and potentially nuclear weapons on board a French aircraft carrier always sends a very strong message that you cannot really distinguish, non-conventional sea power and nuclear sea power, and that the enemy has to take that in perspective. And it is a limit to escalation. Unfortunately, it's not all good news here, and there are worrying elements showing restraint and deterrence are now being challenged. First is the Chinese buildup of the nuclear arsenal, which is a big challenge to nuclear deterrence, as it clearly aims at opening more margin for offensive action, including in some form of nuclear blackmailing, such as the kind of the Russians may be tempted to do should we go down the path that we have already treaded in the Ukraine war. A second worrying sign of declining restraint and growth of inhibited provocative behaviors is more specifically related to the maritime domain. Because, and I think we touched upon that in the first session, because the maritime domain is almost unpopulated, far from media coverage, framed by a limited and disputed international norms, so we have to acknowledge that. Sea as looked as an especially attractive place for signaling competition, testing resolve, carrying out aggression. I think we should all keep in mind what Vladimir Putin said about 2 years ago now about Royal Navy destroyer HMS Defender for supposedly trespassing the Crimean waters, that had he sunk it, I quote, it would have hardly triggered World War III. So we're facing, powers who are less risk averse at sea than they may be on shore. I'll leave it there, trying to keep track on my watch. But I think here the maritime domain has some similarities with cyber and space, that it brings this sort of lesser risk aversion than maybe on land and in the air. We'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ellie, and thank you to our three panelists for this introducing statements. So you've dealt a bit with the consequences of the Ukraine war on the naval strategies, but I would like to spend more time on it, because we've understood from, of course, the speeches of the three chiefs during the first roundtable, and also from your presentation and the one from Ellie, that the war in Ukraine is clearly not only a land-based war and not even an air-based war, but also have a strong naval component. We've seen Russian submarines that are more and more active in the Arctic. It's been we've also watched the sinking of the Moskva, so one of the biggest cruisers of the Russian Navy. And as you said, Russia uses the old tactic of a blockade of ports in order to stop the economic aid to come to Ukraine. So we've understood from your presentation, Professor Till, that it was the same but different but the same. But could you maybe all three elaborate a bit more on the consequences of the naval aspect of the war in Ukraine? For example, are there any consequences in the Indo-Pacific region, maybe on the Russian-China military cooperation and naval cooperation? Or Ellie, do you think there will be maybe consequences for European Navy strategies? And Professor Till, anything you haven't said during your presentation, maybe about Russian subs or something else, as you want. So who wants to start? Kristen, do you want to start? Oh, I just have the remark that the translator have difficulties to translate because you're talking a bit slightly too fast. So if you could both talk a bit slower, please.
Sorry. It's okay. Okay, that was a very big question. But I think Jeffrey said this, that the drawing a direct line from the Ukraine conflict to a potential Taiwan conflict is not a great thing to do, because they are different. But I do think that what Taiwan anyway is learning from Ukraine is the benefits of an asymmetric, what they call porcupine strategy, where you're investing in smaller platforms, investing more in defensive related weapons rather than offensive platforms, and that sort of the best offense is a good defense. And so this type of porcupine strategy, which Japan has also talked about, is something that I think it's not entirely the same as what the Ukrainians are doing, but it does sort of bear on similar points of asymmetric fighting against a stronger adversary. In terms of the Russia-China relationship, so Russia and China still have a very strong partnership. They have a strong military partnership. However, there have been some cracks in that, given that China has not fully supported Russia's invasion of Ukraine. China has also, part of this is because when the conflict started and China was supporting Russia a little bit more, it bore some reputational costs for that. And so I think there's been some backing off of that. However, I do think that the China-Russia relationship will continue to be strong. They will continue to do things like joint naval exercises, and that is partly the signaling aspect that Eli was talking about, sort of presenting more of a unified front against the West, doing joint exercises in places like, the East China Sea, for example. I think we'll see things like that continue. So yeah, I think that's generally what I was going to say about that.
Yeah, thank you. Eli, do you want to elaborate a bit?
Yeah, I want to elaborate on the relationship between the Indo-Pac and the war in Ukraine, but focusing on the war in Ukraine, I think that Jeffrey really showed the way here about how the naval and even the maritime power perspective really helps us to sort of zoom out from the battlefront, the battlefield, in Ukraine, and the geo-economic dimension of the war has mostly been a maritime one. Energy, the grain, and even arms deliveries and to Ukrainians, they've all been, through sea lines of communications. And my understanding is, as the war, the sort of grinding war of attrition that we see unfolding on the battlefield goes on, and if, which is not necessarily sure, but if a stalemate, a tactical and operational stalemate emerges, there may be a revived interest from the aggressor, from Russia, to sort of try to circumvent their stalemated battlefront at the tactical operational level through more indirect and more strategic level actions, most of, or at least some of these being at sea. And I think we already started to see some aspects to it. Of course, there's been the Nord Stream incident, which is still, to be investigated, but it is a telling sign. We have a number of aspects at the Black Sea and in the East Med Sea region, which is very important to follow. And so my take is that the 2023 phase of the war in Ukraine may be more maritimized, if not navalized, than the 2022. But of course, I may be wrong, and it is all, of course, dependent, as Geoffrey said, is scenario dependent, and is dependent on how events unfold on shore. Another aspect, and I'll leave it there, that I think may be important to keep in mind in the years ahead, is that apart from the Moskva incident, which of course focuses all the attention, the Russian Navy may actually emerge as the least harmed service of the Russian forces in the future. It is the one that is almost intact right now. And it means that in the future, there may be a more important role for naval forces in the Russian military strategy and grand strategy than there has been in the past, just because, this is the one technological and capability niche that they have left. And that, of course, is true for the nuclear part. And we had last week this event on the Russian nuclear strategy. I think one takeaway was that there may be, a more important role for Russian nuclear weapons in the future of Russian military strategy. And I think it's true again, linked to naval forces.
Thank you, Geoffrey.
Yeah, yes, I agree with everything that both my colleagues have said, actually. I'm in this rather strange situation, really. But taking your questions in order, I think the impact of the Ukraine on Europe's navies has yet to be finally decided, if you like. I think there is a tendency to focus on the land-air element of what's happening very naturally, because that's what dominates in the press. And that might lead to a view that the future balance, if you like, between Europe, NATO, and Russia is going to be continental rather than maritime. And that is a concern, it seems to me. But always it's important to get over the idea that the naval rehabilitation that we see happening now isn't secure. It hasn't happened yet. And there's always a prospect that things like this may disturb it. And one of the things that this might lead to is a sense that we have to find savings in projects like going into the Asia Pacific, for example, or in future weapon systems that are some way off, like 10, 15 years, in order to concentrate on the immediate readiness problem of getting more ammunition, shall we say, that sort of thing. So that does seem to be an issue that's really quite important. I think there is an answer, and I'll get on to that in a minute. In terms of what the war has provided that's new, I think the notion of what happened to the mystery of the Nord Stream 2 is really interesting. And what we've seen is most of the navies of Europe, and particularly the three represented here, are taking what you might call seabed control much more seriously than they did, focusing on the necessity of protecting the coastal zone and all of the infrastructure that goes with it, cables, pipelines, and all the rest of it, especially if we're going to see the development of new facilities to process gas and oil coming in from other places, for example, in the future. Oh, sorry, yeah. So I think, you know, that the notion of seabed control as well has been underlined as being an important issue. But one of the big defenses against this argument that we should shift back towards a sort of continentalism that kind of characterized the last 20 years or so is that everything that we're talking about is going to be global in reach. What's happening navally is not a thing separate from everything else. It's part and parcel of diplomatic policy, of economic policy, and that's most obvious in the servicing of the sanctions campaign, which is a global requirement requiring continuous global effort, it seems to me. And I really do think it's important to use the word maritime when we talk about the sea-related consequences and implications of what happened in the Ukraine war. It's not just what happens between navies. It's the whole business of the sanctions campaign and all the rest of it. If one looks at, for example, the recent fuss about the Lady R, which is one of those dark Russian ships that's appeared in Simonstown in South Africa recently, causing some concern. What was it doing there? What was it unloading? What was it taking on board and all the rest of it? It sort of indicates there's a very, very close connection between the broad maritime world and the naval world. And that's something that really needs to be hoisted in, not just by navies, because they know it anyway, but basically by the political establishment. It really is critical, not least because the South African Navy is shortly to do an exercise with both the Chinese and the Russian navies, which seems to me to be very significant. I would emphasize the point that we're talking about a situation where I really think the blocs are coalescing. And this means that countries who are outsiders, if you like, are more and more being forced to choose. They don't want to do that, obviously, for the best reason. But the business of responding to their sensitivities, I think, is something that's going to take a great deal of diplomatic endeavor, and that includes naval activity as well. Finally, what lessons of this for everybody else, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region? It seems to me that the terrible cost of war and the unpredictability of war, especially the unpredictability of not only when it happens, but on the likely and expected performance of the protagonists, has been shown to be a very high-risk business. I hope that lesson is hoisted in Beijing, that they do realize the extent to which it's very difficult indeed to speculate accurately about the performance of the other side and about the likelihood of conflict. So it may well be that what's happening in the Ukraine, in a curious kind of way, might have a calming influence across the Taiwan Straits. Let's all hope so.
On this maybe positive note, so you talk a bit about the Nord Stream 2 and the seabed control, and France just released, I thought this summer, I think, a new strategy for seabed warfare. So it's a good thing that France is taking care of this new issue and this new domain. And it seems like also Nord Stream 2 and this attack is in the heart of what we call hybrid warfare, meaning that the French Navy and European Navy and also and the US Navy now have to deal both with hybrid threats and also what we call the high intensity warfare. So Elie, maybe do you want to elaborate a bit about how French Navy could answer the rise both of high intensity warfare and continue to deal with hybrid threats in the maritime domain?
Of course, I won't speak for the French Navy here, especially in front of his chief of staff. But basically my understanding of this hybrid warfare versus high intensity warfare dilemma is that there are two sides of the same coin. The same coin being strategic competition, because actually it's the same competitors that we are confronted with, whether we're talking high intensity warfare or hybrid. And just the risk aversion element that we were talking about before, that may be sort of different from one side to the other side, and of course the reaction that we are willing to take and the resolve that is being tested. Of course, it's difficult to do both, but we have to keep in mind that for the opponents, the competitors, it will be difficult for them as well to train and to carry out both strategies in the same time. And I think that the dilemma that Vladimir Putin is finding himself right now really shows that there will be limits to what you can achieve by carrying out and pursuing the two path here. As far as high intensity warfare challenge is concerned, I think that the French and probably other European navies may be true for the Royal Navy, but I won't either speak for it. You have a capability game and a numbers game. And I think is both true, capability and capacity. Capability game, we talked about at length. I think you have especially a standoff ranges dilemma with more and more capable opponent, especially for our own capability to perform ISR missions within interdicted bubbles that are growing in ranges, and of course electronic warfare and our own capacity for aggression at such lengths. But you also have a numbers game, which is an even harder one because it really tackles our force model, which has been trading quantity for quality for a long time now, and now we now sort of taken it back to our own game with having very capable, very reactive, very technological forces, but that lacks the depth, that lacks the capacity to actually engage, that lacks the ability to take losses, as we mentioned in the first roundtable. Taking casualties is part of high intensity warfare. I think unmanned systems, both on the surface, in the air, and the sea, of course, is part of the answer. But it's not only that. You have to take the salvo competition into account as well. And here, I think that European navies have been a bit over optimistic in terms of, if you look at the number of VLS systems, if you want to compare it to roughly equivalent kind of vessels put in line by our own competitors, I think we underarmed, and we need to rethink that as well. For the hybrid part, I think the challenge has been understood in France, taken into account. Of course, not always easy to find a right answer to it. A French specificity here that may be interesting to point out, of course, is the huge exclusive economic zones that we have, almost akin to the one that of the US, 11 million square kilometers, with very limited means to secure them. There was this comparison that it was like we had two police cars to patrol the whole of our metropolitan territory. Not an easy task, not an easy mission. So there's a big sovereignty issue and a big surface for vulnerability to hybrid warfare through illegal fisheries, protection of biodiversity, and a number of economic exploitation issues. So to do that, we need to look at catch up and offset capabilities. First, in terms of surveillance, we need to make most of space surveillance, probably unmanned surveillance, aerial surveillance from the air as well, but also in terms of armament, because if don't take a knife into a gunfight, they say, and I think that may be true also for hybrid warfare, because at some point, we have had these patrol boats, surveillance frigates that were very light in terms of weaponry because they are not combat platforms. It doesn't take a lot to put this kind of systems in default, including under the threshold of full-scale conflict. So I think that there's a lot to do here, including in terms of deterrent capabilities, and I'm not talking about nuclear here, of course. I'm talking about just being, deterrent enough that the control of the sovereignty issues is actually credible in the way we enforce it.
Thank you. And of course, not only military sovereignty, but sovereignty deal with multi-domain capacities, both also economic and diplomatic issues, such as Professor Till said before. So, yeah, Kristen, you want to react on that? Perfect. Be sure to speak close to the mic.
Okay. Now, since we're on this topic, I just wanted to make a few points. Because I keep hearing this conversation about the trade-off in naval development between quantity and quality. And I just wanted to point out that China is having the same conversation. And, it's not just our navies that are having this issue. So even though the Chinese Navy is still developing and they've been able to buy some, very expensive high technology platforms, carriers, hypersonic weapons and whatnot, they do realize that because the United States and other navies are investing in these more expensive platforms, that they are also maybe investing in slightly less expensive, higher density type platforms that they can, like unmanned vehicles and other types of technologies that they can use, better use maybe against our forces. So this is, but I just wanted to say that this has also been a trade-off conversation in Beijing as well. So it's not just specific to our navies. On the gray zone or hybrid warfare, I was calling it gray zone. I think you're calling it hybrid warfare issues. I just wanted to also talk about the Chinese view of escalation, because it is important that oftentimes they've developed. So Beijing actually told the PLA back in 1995 and 96 during the Taiwan Strait crisis to develop a range of options to be able to respond to the United States at that time beyond just being able to shoot at something. And so they did, and they have. But because they have this range of options with these, what they consider lower level escalatory tools, they tend to use them more. And so we see a lot of this, of course, like I had said, in the territorial disputes around the South China Sea, for example, and they've used them fairly successfully. But the challenge is we don't always know where their red lines are. We don't always know how they conceive of escalation. And I think also within the PLA, the concept of what is escalatory is evolving. So I know we'll talk about cyber later and other technologies, but for example, they consider cyber to be part of their gray zone hybrid warfare toolkit. But depending on how you use cyber, it could be an act of war. So these are issues that I think are really challenging for all of us to contemplate. And so anyway, as we continue this conversation, I just wanted to bring up those points.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have another question for you, in fact. So for the moment, the US is the leading Western Navy and in the Indo-Pacific, even though, of course, the UK and France are present. So you've talked a bit about the possible cooperation between the US Navy, Western navies in the Indo-Pacific, and also allied partners from the US allied partners from the region. Could you maybe elaborate a bit on how this cooperation could take place, whether it be really between the navies, but also in other domains?
Sure. There's probably people in this room more qualified to talk about that than me, but I'll give it a shot. So I think, there are some developments going on in Asia that are provide opportunities for the United States and our allies to maybe create more of a network between countries in Asia. For example, Japan and the Philippines have had more security cooperation lately. And one of the conversations with Japan has been to have them help have them continue to help develop relationships with between the United States and other allies and partners in the region. I'm sorry. So that is one area where I think we can all participate in sort of creating this dialogue between Asian allies and partners, as well as in Southeast Asia, where some of those countries are really feeling pressure from China. The other area would be, like I said, more of training and multilateral exercises. I know we already all do some of that, but there's probably more of it, and to focus on some of the ASEAN countries in the region. Again, they don't want to, per Jeffrey's point, they don't want to necessarily choose sides, but not framing it within the rubric of a competition, but just sort of as an opportunity to augment naval capabilities.
Thank you so much. So we are now going to take questions from the room. If someone has a question, please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and someone will come to you with a mic. You can ask your question in French or in English as you want, and I can do the translation. Yeah, sir.
Sorry, David Camrou. I co-coordinate the Franco-German Observatory of the Indo-Pacific at the Syrie at Sciences Po, and I work essentially on Southeast Asian politics, domestic politics. So my question, I think we have a very transatlantic view of the Indo-Pacific, but seen from Manila or Jakarta or maybe Papeete, the problem with China is the problem of armed militias and the problem of overfishing. We've seen these photos with 200 fishing vessels supported by the Chinese Coast Guard, basically squatting in Philippine territorial waters. And when you get a Filipino fisher person upset, I think there's probably nothing more violent than that, than perhaps a French peasant. So my question is, what is the role of traditional naval forces in dealing with this sort of gray zone threat?
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, please.
Thank you. Kevin Rowlands from the Royal Navy Strategic Studies Centre. There's been a lot of talk today, and I think for the next panel, on focusing on technology, but of course technology will always change and evolve. And there's changing geopolitical context, and of course they will always change over time. But when we look at the return of naval combat, if that's a thing, or the evolution of naval strategy, does the panel think that traditional strategies and concepts such as sea control, sea denial, things that have been mentioned already, blockade, even the enforcement of sanctions after the end of the Russian-Ukraine war, are those concepts still valid? Do we need to refocus on them and see how the technology and the geopolitical context fits in?
Thank you. A third question, maybe? No? Yes? Okay.
Thank you kindly. Alessio Palano, Department of War Studies at King's College London. Thank you very much to all the panelists for a very rich discussion so far. I wanted to go back to a point that was raised a number of times about the convergence, the strategic convergence between Russia and China. And I wanted to ask the panel, what are your thoughts about, geographically speaking, assuming that the war in Ukraine will leave Russia as a wounded continental power, but pretty much intact when it comes to its maritime component, particularly in the high north and in the Arctic. Where would you expect potential growth of cooperation between China and Russia to materialize in terms of maritime areas? And is the Arctic one of such areas? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so 3 big questions. You want to start?
Yes. Okay, that's certainly 3 big questions. I don't know if we've got all day to answer them, but I'll try. I just want to make a general point about this hybrid threat and grey zone operations. I think the real secret of success is to regard the hybrid threat and high-intensity operations not as competing alternatives, but as different spots on the same spectrum. And it's a spectrum that you have to prepare for. And the spectrum means that you have to integrate your deterrence, as we all say these days. That means all domains, military, political, economic, legal, informational, and so on. It means incorporating relevant allies to the greatest extent possible. It means incorporating the views of other agencies, Coast Guards, paramilitary force, Marine Police, or whatever it is, so that everything there works with each other, supporting each other rather than against each other or in separate silos. This is easy to say, but it's a real challenge. And it does seem to me that integrating that kind of maritime effort is one of the fundamental tasks that navies and everybody else involved in the maritime world needs to seriously address. It's not new, of course. We used to talk about the Gerasimov doctrine, not realizing that Gerasimov was actually talking about what he thought the West was doing rather than what Russia should do. But fundamentally, it's a question of making sure that everything hangs together, to get your maritime act together. And that seems to me to be the key issue. And we were asked a specific question about what's the role of navies in the situation where we see in the South China Sea and the East China Sea, to an extent, of the use of paramilitary forces by the Chinese and so on and so forth. What's the role of navies in that? Well, I think I would actually say that the Chinese have got it right. They talk about the cabbage strategy. They talk about the concept of integrating fishermen, paramilitary forces, which are somewhere in the middle, the China Coast Guard and the Navy, all as being supporting operations. In the middle, you have obviously the innocent fisherman who's just doing what he's supposed to be doing, exerting Chinese rights. And on the outer edge of the cabbage, if you like, you've got the Navy being there, influencing the outcome of events. And that seems to me to be the fundamental purpose of what the Navy in those sorts of situations is being. And it seems to me that that lesson has been hoisted in by our colleagues in ASEAN, for example, which explains why they're all building their navies and building their navies with that specific point in mind, that this is something, if you like, that holds the ring, that determines the rules of the game to a greater or lesser extent. They're operating, of course, in a situation of considerable disadvantage, small navies versus big navies. They might find what's happening off the Ukraine encouraging in that respect. Are the traditional concepts of maritime strategy still relevant in the modern age? Well, obviously, as a historian, you would expect me to say, yes, of course they are. But what you're actually seeing is the way that they're being reinterpreted and reapplied in the light of new technology, and in particular, the geopolitical situation. Let's not forget the fact that nuclear weapons exist. We have to operate in the knowledge, as Mr. Putin himself said a couple of weeks ago, that they do exist. And that is bound to mean that there are things that you might need to rethink, slightly recalibrate, but fundamentally the same concepts seem to me to be applied. The last issue is about the strategic convergence of China and Russia, and how far do we see that going, and where is it most likely to have its maritime impact? Well, I think that one of those areas is very likely to be the Arctic, because there are such strong interests that both countries have in that particular region. But at the same time, there are tensions there as well. The Russians have very much, ever since the 1920s, in fact, regarded the Arctic as their new frontier, very jealous of anybody else's involvement or role in it, whoever they are, happen to be. And that's likely to include the Chinese as well, to a considerable extent. We've seen the restraints that China has had and has so far observed in terms of supporting the Russian line on the Ukraine. And that also seems to me to suggest that there are limits and likely to remain limits on the degree of cooperation between those two. However, I would still stick by the coalescence point I made earlier on, that what we do see, whether we like it or not, is a slow transformation of the current international order into one that is more dominated by the connections between countries in different blocks, let me put it that way. And that we are seeing a greater willingness to take risks, which might imply our need to recalculate what we mean by risk as well. And it is that basic point of, do we now think of peace as being a continuation of war by other means? And if that is the case, then it does seem to me that we really do need to recalculate what's acceptable risk, what makes risk, if you like, acceptable. And in order to do that, we really do need to integrate all aspects of the maritime case together.
Thank you. Kristen, do you want to answer the questions?
I'll just follow on from the China-Russia discussion, because I agree that in terms of sort of the next area of competition, it will be the Arctic. And even though China and Russia are having potentially some challenges with their relationship with Ukraine, I do think that they will continue to cooperate in areas of particularly energy, for example. If there is a Taiwan contingency, China will be getting most of its energy through the overland pipelines from Russia and potentially up towards the Arctic. And I think that Russia continues to need that level of financial support also from China. So there will be some energy cooperation and possibly exploration of resources in that area. In addition, China's presence in the Arctic so far has primarily been political, economic, but they are making moves to do similar things to what they've done in the South China Sea in terms of asserting a de facto presence through scientific research and things like that. And so, at the moment, I would still call it political economic, but they are developing those other types of capabilities. They're developing some military capabilities to be able to patrol in that region. They have some icebreakers now. Things like that. So we are seeing sort of incremental progress. Again, it is becoming an increasing focus of China to have a presence in the Arctic, but I don't think it's yet the primary focus, but it is something that they will continue to cooperate with Russia on.
Thank you, Ellie.
Thank you. Not much left to say because hard to disagree with my co-panelists here. But still taking the three questions. The one on the Indo-Pac and the illegal fisheries, I think is again very, very important. And yes, from the perspective of the island states, the local actors in the region, this is the kind of challenge they have to deal with, and we shouldn't fool ourselves or sort of get carried away with this high-intensity warfare confrontation scenarios that actually scare them away from our offer of cooperation and try to tackle their day-to-day challenges that they can experience, and illegal fisheries, sovereignty elements, but also tensions and relationship with territorial waters claims, all that are tremendously important. What can we do to help them? How can we have an impact on that? Have this example in mind of satellite images of the French Polynesia exclusive economic zones with all the Chinese fishing boats just surrounding it. You know, they just, you know, follow closely the pattern of the exclusive economic zones, just waiting for an opportunity to actually get through. They don't, because, you know, it's not a matter of nuclear deterrence. It's just a matter that we actually tell them and show them that we see where they are. And this so far has been enough, you know, to sort of deter this illegal fishery. Even if we've had some problem in the past, we should sort of maintain that. So for other states, partner states, it will all depend on the kind of partnership that we want to build with them. But we could actually, it's within our reach actually to provide ISR, to provide, you know, sharing of intelligence, of surveillance that would help them to sort of better control their own waters. But of course, it will all depend on the kind of partnership they're willing to go with us. But it has to be on the balance. It has to be on the table of the strategic offers. About the concept and all these concepts are still valid. I will go with what Geoffrey said. Of course, just one example, the CSBA recently published, I think early January, a report about Chinese lessons learning from the Pacific War of World War II, you know, how they are actually trying to learn from what the Japanese did, you know, what the Americans did, what were the mistakes and the lessons to be taken. This is interesting because it shows how, you know, it's not only us who are sort of attached to this naval concepts. You know, we all have. I mean, we can always invent new names for old realities. But the importance of the past in the present and in the future, I think it's telling of how new technologies is not, I mean, fundamentally transforming strategic realities. About Alice's question and strategic convergence and the between Russia and China, and of course the Arctic is an important field of convergence. Totally agree with what's been said. China has shown its persistent interest in the Arctic as climate change is turning the environment into a lot of opportunities, both at the economic level, but also at the strategic level. They're willing to invest there, and they will need a hand from the Russians to actually get there, not only in terms of access, political access, but also in terms of technological transfers. And we've seen some of that already, and that may well accelerate depending on how far China is willing to go to bail out Russia in the Ukrainian pickle it finds itself in. And here, I mean, they are diverging opinion. I agree with Geoffrey. They've been pretty cautious so far, but I'm also confident that they won't let the Russians down, because they cannot, they cannot afford an escalation, further escalation, but they probably cannot even less afford a Russian collapse from a Chinese point of view.
Thank you.
Yeah, just one comment on the technological transfers, though. It might end up going the other direction. Instead of Russia-China, it will be China-Russia.
It will.
Okay, so we have around 4 minutes left if we don't want to overlap with the coffee break. So there is one question from the Zoom. Is there maybe a last question from the room we can take, and then the question from the Zoom participant? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Lee Willett again. A question for Prof. Till without asking him to perhaps try and look into the future too much. And Ukraine, and whether there's a risk of any spillover into the maritime domain in round 3. Round 1 was the Russian invasion. Round 2 was the Ukrainians fighting back and nearly kicking them out. And both sides seem set, dug in for round 3. And the round 3 seems to have a winner or a change in circumstances significantly about it. So I just wondered, particularly with what's going on in the south, if you see any potential for a spillover somehow into the maritime domain as someone tries to make a breakthrough down there. Thank you.
Thank you. And a question from Zoom, so from Novan Santosa, who is a journalist at the Jakarta Post. So a recent war game study by the CSIS found that China would fail to invade Taiwan, with US suffering heavily losses. What are your opinion of the study, and what smaller countries in the Indo-Pacific could do in such heated regional dynamics? So yeah, I think it was reporting the fact that CSIS conducted a lot of war games, and in each of the results of the war game, it was always the same with this result. So Professor, do you want to answer this question, and then maybe Kristen, the one on the war game?
Okay, thank you very much, Lee. When we're talking about risk, one of the big issues in risk, of course, is we don't know where their red lines are. And what you're talking about might be just a case of that. Recently, when Putin transferred those 4 oblasts to Russia, there was a debate about whether that meant that, as far as Putin was concerned at any rate, they were now Russia, and that any attempt to operate against those 4 oblasts would therefore be interpreted as an existential threat to Russia, which would justify all manner of means, including possibly nuclear. As it turns out, that threat seems to have gone away. We took the risk, or the Ukrainians did rather, and it kind of evaporated. It seems to me that it's gone one stage further, because we have seen operations that have taken place, rather murky ones, admittedly, inside Russia itself. And again, the Russians have chosen not to interpret that as an existential threat. So far, we've got away with it. So far, we've got away with sort of hoping that our estimate of where their red lines are accurate, or we can push them a little bit. I say we, I mean the Ukrainians, really. And I think the same kind of consideration might apply in what you call round 3. In other words, where the Ukrainians, if they get into this situation, I don't think that's certain by any means, of actually seriously repossessing, shall we say, the Crimea, which might involve attacks on Novorossiysk and things like that. It does seem to me to be a very real prospect of maritime spillover in that case. But I don't really see that spillover occurring outside the theatre of war, if not simply because so much of Russia's effort has to be devoted to the Ukraine because of its losses so far, that wouldn't be in their interest. So I suppose, in a sense, reminding them of their potential vulnerability now with, Sweden and Finland coming on board and that sort of thing in other areas, including the Arctic, I suppose, might be a sort of salutary point to make in order to affect Putin's risk calculation. But certainly, I don't think you can exclude the possibility of maritime spillover.
Thank you. A short answer to the question about war games, Kristen and then Ellie.
Okay, I won't keep you from coffee. But yes, the CSIS war game and many others that have been done recently turn out badly, frankly, for people, because it ends up in a protracted conflict. And that's the main issue now. So I'll go back to my original point, which is that we need to avoid this conflict. And so in order to do that, we need to work on strengthening deterrence. And per the question about what smaller countries in the region can do, I think some of this is strengthening and expanding multilateral efforts on things that we've already talked about, like intelligence sharing, ISR, strengthening regional maritime capabilities to both send a signal to China that in the disputed areas, for example, that we're all in this together, but also to just in general strengthen the security capabilities of the countries in the region. So I know I'm short. That's.
Quick point on war games. I think we need to temporize the war game hype, especially over this Taiwan scenario. War game specialists actually are interesting. When we talk to them, they said that war games are not so much as relevant for the so-called outcome of the results of the war games that for the question they ask. Actually, we should use the war game for the tools. What they are made for is actually helping us not to get carried into groupthink, or just try to imagine things within the box, but think outside of the box. So rather than having this sort of journalism obsession with did they win at the end of the war game, it's more interesting to say what are the factors that were put in the war game so that it may be relevant or not. Is it something that we actually took into account in our own planning? I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Alice, for this very heated opinion on war games and campaigning also done by the US. I think we could all thank our three panelists for this very important presentation. Thank you. Très bien, donc nous allons maintenant passer à la pause café donc dans le patio. Je vais vous demander d'être de retour à 17h précise, donc voire 16h58 si vous le pouvez. Vous avez de nombreuses publications, qu'elles soient de l'IFRI, du CESM dans le patio. N'hésitez pas à vous servir et merci beaucoup.
S'il vous plaît, je vous propose de vous installer pour la reprise de notre conférence. Je vous remercie. The previous panels underlined the importance of strategic thinking for navies in context of increasing international competition between major and middle-sized powers. Navies are therefore to be able to consider the different possibilities and scenarios of direct confront at sea, whether symmetric, dissymmetric, or even asymmetric. From seabed to space, the different domains of confront impose to be versatile, adaptive, and cunning. In addition to this need to reinvest in strategic thinking, actual and future navies have also to cope with technological developments, their own and their competitors, to encompass the whole possibilities of confrontation in reinforcing defensive as well as offensive capabilities for ships, submarines, and aircrafts. Many issues could be considered for our panel, as technological development is indeed a very large topic to address. From digitalization of platforms, enabling wider and better communication, as well as increased battle space awareness, to the use of new kinds of weapons, direct energy ones, for example, through the multiplication of unmanned platforms of all sizes and kinds. To explore the future of technological developments and their impacts over navies, we have today 3 world-class specialists. Nick Childs, Senior Fellow for Naval Forces and Maritime Security at IISS. Nick is a former BBC journalist who joined IISS in 2015, focusing his works on maritime strategy, policy, and naval capabilities development in the Euro-Atlantic area, Middle East and Asia. Then Philippe Gros, Senior Fellow at the Foundation for Strategic Research in Paris. Philippe had several positions at the French MOD in concept and doctrine development, especially, before joining the FRS in 2018. He focuses on military, operational, and technological developments, as well as on the US military doctrine and strategy. And Dr. Alison Russell, Chair of the Department of Political Science and Public Policy at Merrimack College. Alison Russell is a political scientist specializing in cybersecurity, strategy, and cyber warfare. Prior to completing her PhD, she worked as a political military analyst at the Department of the Navy's federal-funded Research and Development Center, where she specialized in maritime security cooperation strategy. Nick, the floor is yours, as we already know that you are now familiar with the format of our conference. For you, 5 to 7 minutes of initial remarks.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Admiral Vandier and to the organizers for the opportunity to be here on what has already been a very enriching event. So the theme of the event is the return to naval combat. And the double challenge is that that concept is itself changing before our eyes, in part because of the tyranny or the opportunity of technological change. So the complexities of the challenge for navies are seeking to deliver what that means in today's and tomorrow's and the day after tomorrow's environment, against the backdrop of dramatic technical change while maintaining and ideally enhancing day-to-day operations. So it involves both operating existing platforms and systems while also seeking to adapt them and also integrating emerging and innovative platforms and capabilities. Another sea change that has been touched on is that we are in a world in which interstate frictions and non-state threats are more likely to play out at sea. There is a perception that there is more maneuver room to test the boundaries at sea, and potentially adversaries are finding new ways to challenge, including incrementally and covertly and clandestinely. This is requiring new ways to counter, almost to be omnipresent in terms of new concepts of operations. But also, technology again provides an opportunity and a counter, not least in the information space, and how to adapt to that as a main battlefront. Technology has also already cropped up in a number of points in the discussion so far. I'd just like to throw in a few points to contemplate, one of which is, in terms of the challenge for navies, one of those is at what level do you want to benchmark your capabilities and therefore aim in terms of technological change? The US Department of Defense, the US Navy, describes China as the pacing challenge. Overall, I would argue, and it's sort of come up, that the Indo-Pacific is the pacing maritime arena. That's up and down the escalation ladder from the high end to the grey zone. You can argue perhaps maybe there's an argument to be made around the subsurface environment, how you count Russian nuclear capabilities, particularly in the Euro-Atlantic, versus submarine developments in the Indo-Pacific. But generally, it is a pacing arena. And I think that is an issue for navies with global ambition, like the Marine Nationale and the Royal Navy, and the extent to which they engage in that arena. It's an arena in which, in terms of reach and scale, arguably, the balance has been decisively, for now at least, nothing is forever, as we've been talking about, has shifted towards the offence, perhaps at the expense of the defence in terms of sea denial versus sea control. It is an arena where players have been making different choices in terms of threat perception and what that means for sustainability of operations, for example, in magazine depths. It should colour decisions in terms of the balance of investments and the urgency of requirements in areas such as uncrewed systems, directed energy, offensive lethality, surface and subsurface balance of forces. But it will also have implications in terms of how to continue integrating with other allies and partners who do not have the same priorities or levels of ambition. Yes, we heard that the strategic alignments that we see with the three navies here principally represented can have a trickle-down beneficial effect, provide an umbrella. Nobody can do everything, so it works the other way as well. And I would argue there is the opportunity through technology to leverage smaller players as well. Technology, as well as providing a challenge in some ways, also provides an opportunity to develop niche capabilities, to exploit the other players in order to cover the waterfront, as it were. That does raise some perennial issues that have existed before and remain unresolved and are sensitive, like role specialization. But the opportunity exists. We've heard about Ukraine, the maritime implications of that, the ripple effects of that, even the drivers behind that. But also we have to be careful about general lessons in the maritime space to be drawn from Ukraine. But I would suggest one is that it is not necessarily the most exotic technologies that will be the challenge. The proliferation of modest, commercially available homegrown technologies in large numbers among states and non-state actors represents a different challenge. Admiral Vandier mentioned it, but a no less demanding one, actually in some ways a more demanding one, just simply detecting rather than countering these challenges. It is one that I think all navies need to grip. I talked about trickle down in the context of allies and partners. Another area of technology I would raise as technological changes I would raise as an issue is the benchmark. The assumption has been that preparing for combat, warfighting at sea, as the benchmark means that all other areas can be covered beneficially as a result. It allows the trickle down of capabilities to be able to deal with all the other arenas. In some ways, technology will be a further enabler of that in terms of the ability to plug in and integrate. But I would also argue it also presents a new challenge in that respect, in the sense that there are potential divergences that need to be addressed. For example, if we are moving down the uninhabited, uncrewed space further, then that will present a further challenge for those missions where having people makes a difference. And another area would be in terms of the trajectory going forward. The development of emerging technologies and other innovative systems is raising the demand for power, whereas the impulse and the requirement to move towards greater efficiencies and contributions to carbon neutral targets is pushing in the other direction. So I think there is a balance and a tension that needs to be addressed. I'll just finish on a few points in the spirit of Admiral Vandier's suggestion about challenge, or at least questions to be posed. One of which is the need, I would argue, to think more about structures and restructuring of forces, structuring them differently. We are seeing the development of new definitions and a requirement to have new definitions in terms of what balance actually means in terms of naval forces, but also a dynamic at the highest level in terms of whether we are talking about subsurface or surface systems and forces as the supported or the supporting forces. There may be dynamics there that will change depending on where we are in the scenarios, but I think that needs to be addressed further. I take the point all the chiefs have made about the, if you like, the almost structural issue around the length of time of service of platforms. But I would argue that more needs to be done in that area and that there is more that can be done. Yes, the dial has been moved, but I think we need to think further about different types of platforms that will be able to deliver different capabilities. And that's it's more than uninhabited systems. It's more than the adaptable frigate. It's more than incremental. We're beginning to hear the words about that in terms of the Type 83 in the UK as a new air defense capability. Maybe we should be thinking more about that in terms of the DGX in the US. The dial can perhaps be moved further. That's one area I think that needs further attention. And likewise, I've raised climate change. Climate change as a driver of both operating capabilities and of mission requirements. It is one area that needs further attention, but also a sense that, and this is the power thing again, emerging technologies will provide both challenges and opportunities, but also the environment in a strategic sense of changing the dynamics of global trade and therefore operating environments and therefore operational requirements. And finally, on the point of innovation, yes, innovation, but the Russian war machine at the moment aside, others will be innovating, potential adversaries will be innovating. Innovation in a superior way must be the challenge, and that is a technological one, but also a skills-based one as well. So I'll stop there.
Many thanks, Nick. If I am just selecting one point or one word in your presentation, it's the risk of divergences between allies with financial possibilities and different agendas, and also divergences in the technological development themselves. With this issue of power that you raised, and I think that maybe we will go back later during the questions. Philippe, I'm turning to you for the second presentation. So please, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Nicolas. Thank you very much. And thank you for IFRI, for our colleagues and friends, for your invitation. And I will deal with broader perspective of multi-domain and all-domain operations. I'm sorry for that. As Admiral Nelson said, a ship so full to fight a fort. One of the main elements of the contemporary naval warfare regarding high-intensity operation is that this fort can fire at range of hundreds and even thousands of kilometers. The outreach of the most powerful multi-domain sea denial capabilities is no equivalent or even exceeds now the one of many naval forces. Of course, this is not a new phenomenon. We speak earlier about the bastion concept of the Soviet, retaken by the Russians. The PLA expanded this logic for 20 years. If Beijing would decide to invade Taiwan, an intervention, a US-led coalition would face multiple layers of interdiction, relying primarily or fastest operations on space and airborne ISR sets, maybe anti-ship ballistic missiles, and more surely bombers equipped with anti-ship cruise missiles, as well as submarine, while the bulk of the surface, of the naval surface capability would be rather dedicated to sea control of the China Seas. In the future, many technological developments promise to fine-tune and expand further such capabilities, but also to support their proliferation. This is particularly the case in the T4ISR realm. First to be mentioned is the revolution in the space domain, especially with the explosion of low Earth orbit systems. The increasing number of optical and multispectral satellites, but also emerging commercial offers of radio frequencies and radar sensing complementing military ISR allow such revisit rates that it will provide quasi-permanent surveillance, not only by good weather and daytimes. The development of Internet of Things, SATCOM architectures, is also of tremendous importance. For example, it provides small drones and loitering munitions with a new beyond line of sight capability, as demonstrated by Starlink in Ukraine with the Ukrainian drones. This may expand the depth or air occupation of the littoral area and the threat of saturation attacks by the low-cost autonomous systems. Tactical and theater armor drones, which proliferate since the last decade, even if they remain vulnerable, would provide interdiction capabilities at further range. Even more concerning is the dissemination of long-range guided rockets and anti-ship missiles with maneuvering warheads, as demonstrated by Iran and its proxies with anti-ship version of this Fateh family of missiles. Of course, at the upper hand, we have the hypersonic gliders and cruise missiles. Maybe more important is the ability to effectively integrate and control such capabilities. In that regard, U.S. National Defense Space Architecture on the eve of its deployment create a real breakthrough by developing multi-orbit, multifunctional systems of systems, fusing and feeding data into tactical data link in near real times. But such architecture should be emulated by China in mid-term with its space-ground integrated information network, SGIN, or potentially to a lesser extent by Russia with its Sfera project, which remains so far funded despite the burden of the Ukrainian war. Of course, no other nation could rapidly perform such integration in the foreseeable future. Nevertheless, a C4ISR as a service provided by this power to various nations could expand dramatically their ability to create anti-ship kill chain over a very long range. In this context, such sea, Mediterranean Sea and other close or small seas are increasingly duck pounds. One could argue rightly that this represents a worst case, of course, that Russia and probably China are themselves far away from a perfect integration of such means. Nevertheless, the dimension of our European navies reduce all margin and put them at risk of one unique, unfavorable high-intensity confrontation. Of course, transformation our navies intend to deal with such threat. Typically, the distributed maritime operation concept was mentioned by Amiral GILDAY earlier, and various exploitation of various technological evolution, information system, energy management and materials, leading to well-known modernization axis we discussed since the beginning of this conference: platform sensors, ship architecture, autonomous system, cloud and networking, allowing cooperative engagement, hypervelocity, directed energy weapons, seabed warfare, etc. Nevertheless, this transformation remains confronted to various issues. One of the main issues I see is that the trade-off between exploiting information exchange requirements stemming from more distributed operations versus the demand for electromagnetic frugality to reduce signatures to face of adversary ISR. Regarding the drones, the unmanned aerial surface and undersea systems, they are probably, yes, the best way for navies to recover some mass, but it's a question of, we mentioned earlier, of a very long term. But at that time, we could consider it's a question of the nature of the level of functional distribution across the nodes of such man-and-man system of systems. At the end, we could even consider the entire distribution of detection and effectors capability between large surface combatant with reduced size, even small surface combatants, and drones taking benefits of the miniaturization of payloads. There are several associated issues. There are also issues associated with that, the human resource to operate these unmanned systems, AI maturation to tackle with a real complex operation with a required level, smaller level of error. But until then, we'll be confronted with the need to make to have for the large surface combatants who has for decades to come, as Amiral Vandier explained earlier, to have far more protection layers, particularly for a short defense. More importantly, countering for such multi-domain sea denial requires a multi-domain sea control, whose lines are blurring with land attack, missile defense, etc. Not from a tactical standpoint, you already do that for many decades with a composite warfare command doctrines, but at the operational level. Therefore, we need to shift from current emerging service-centric all-domain bubbles to a true joint all-domain. From a technological standpoint, this put at the forefront the integration of clouds, of airborne and space ISR and early warning operations, as well as airborne and land-based fire powers. Such concepts as US Navy, Marine Corps, expeditionary advanced-based operations may be very interesting for such naval land integration for European militaries in our crisis area. But the key issue is that regard are maybe more related to command and control doctrines and organization, as well as to operational preparedness than to technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philippe. Well, just as for next presentation, if I'm just selecting one point in this very, very rich presentation, is that you mentioned the importance of technology as a support for command, but also the vulnerabilities that are opened by this use of technology as a support for command, and therefore the need for sturdiness in terms of integrating technology. But I think that as for the power issue, we'll go back at this point during the questions. Last but not least in our presentation, Alison, please, you have also 5 to 7 minutes. Thanks. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Dr. GOMART, to IFRI, and to the French Navy for having me here. I appreciate it. It's an honor to be here among all of you and to be on the panel as well with my distinguished colleagues. My research on cyberspace and cybersecurity has much of it takes an anti-access perspective. And so I've approached this question of the impact of cyber on naval warfare from that perspective. Much of my work is focused on blockade operations in cyberspace or area denial type operations. So you'll see that that has informed my comments. So conceptualizing cyber and the impact of cyber on naval warfare in this age of naval rearmament. To start off, cyber is a substrate and a center of gravity. It is difficult to win without it in a technologically advanced systems competition. Networks of cyber are networks of power, and so they must be treated accordingly. However, cyber is a double-edged sword. Cyber can offer definitive advantages that are essential for competing and winning in the modern environment, but complete reliance on it presents serious vulnerabilities. The technological advantage that cyber presents can be turned into a liability and render commands unable to function sufficiently if it is sufficiently compromised or degraded. So anti-access strategies are a real threat to cyber capabilities. If adversaries are able to deny access to cyberspace, it would be a serious challenge to how modern navies operate. So what is the impact of cyber on naval warfare? Historically, cyber's impact on the Navy is focused on connectivity for platforms and systems, the emphasis on technology and software. But today it's broader. There's the technology component, but also cognitive impacts for the fleet, the maritime domain, and the nation and its allies. There's effects, as Dr. Till mentioned on the previous panel, on the maritime environment, on commerce, on supply. Those are all part of the cyber in the maritime domain equation. The technical systems and platforms, C4ISR, targeting and navigation, fires, steering and propulsion, all of that are important in the maritime domain for naval forces and commercial forces. But there's also the cognitive aspect, which has received perhaps somewhat less attention. And that is where the decision-making, the C3, the influence operations come into play. Adversaries, whether working alone, if we're talking about pacing competition, if we're talking about China, or in coordination with other state or non-state actors, may have advanced over-the-horizon precision targeting weapons in cyberspace that it can impact navies, naval warfare, and more broadly, the maritime environment in which navies operate, which may impact their ability to operate. The systems and ships, personnel, supply chains, whether they're Navy supply chains or commercial shipping within the SLOCs, and critical maritime infrastructure are all part of this equation. And as we saw with Russian actions in the past year, with the pipeline Nord Stream 2, all of this is part of the equation for cyber in the maritime domain. Well, some of those actions were kinetic. They also perhaps could be done via cyber means as well. Targets could be military or commercial systems, platforms, hardware, software, and from the seabed to space, it is multi-domain, multi-vector considerations for cyberspace. And so I have 4 aspects of cyberspace to submit for discussion and consideration for how cyber can impact the naval warfare. First, it's a physical infrastructure of cyberspace. So protecting the undersea cables and critical maritime infrastructure may be a naval and maritime role in future conflict. So geography really matters for cyberspace. Undersea cables are vulnerable to attack, both where they lie undersea on the seabeds and where they come ashore at landing points. And the damage to the cables, on which 99% of the data in cyberspace flows, cannot be easily reversed and may require special equipment. So that may compromise operability until those issues may be resolved. Degradation of communications would affect not just the target, that is the intended target, but military forces, allies, and any other entities that rely on those cables for the transmission of data. This could aggravate the conflict situation or neighboring countries by interrupting or degrading their access, making it more of a regional issue or perhaps even global. Attacks on the physical infrastructure of cyberspace can be used not just to degrade communications, but also as a form of manipulation to herd forces or entities onto other networks where they can be more easily monitored or exploited by those rendering the attacks. So the physical infrastructure is very important to consider with the security of cyberspace. Secondly, we have space. The control of space is also crucial to the control of cyberspace. Satellites are typically considered as part of cyberspace. They can be jammed with cyber attacks, or ground stations can be targeted and disabled with cyber attacks. Satellites are also, of course, vulnerable to space debris and anti-satellite missiles. Adversaries' strategies, such as the Chinese strategy, is likely to focus on space, or at least have a strategy for space. That includes space situational awareness, satellite communications, position navigation targeting, and space-based ISR. And cyber attacks can disrupt these space-based systems. They can impact our ability to use those systems in the ways that we intended and planned and perhaps trained to use them. Electronic warfare operations could lead to blinding of surveillance and make it easier to hide an invasion force. And so these are all part of the considerations for the dependence on the technology, the cyber technology that is included in the modern concept of warfare. Perhaps there are solutions to some of these, such as miniature satellites for communication. ISR may be a solution, but it requires the planning and the training for alternate types of operations that are suboptimal, perhaps, and not the first choice. Thirdly, for cyberspace, securing SLOCs and sea control is very important. Many physical choke points for cyberspace are also maritime choke points. So securing the maritime SLOCs ensures a global flow of ships as well as data and for commerce and diplomacy. And sea control is essential in contested zones, but cyber enables sea control and is enabled by it, as it is enabling those forces, but also the ability to protect the zones allows you to protect the critical infrastructure for cyberspace within it. So there's a need to ensure access to all cyber capabilities and deny the adversary an information advantage within a contested zone. The cognitive aspects of cyber also has a role in sea control, whether that's with C3, information operations, or the creation of a chaotic information environment. And we see that China in particular has a techno-cognitive strategy that, thank you, that is a mix of the technological and cognitive effects of cyberspace. It seeks to exploit adversaries' reliance on technology to interrupt their standard decision-making process, their OODA loop, thereby disrupting and degrading the command and control functions. And this would be most successful or most useful in the early opening days of a conflict, either phase 0 or perhaps even peacetime role, as the China's 3 warfare strategies lays out. And this would be a type of asymmetric warfare that mixes information warfare, electronic warfare, cyber, kinetic, to create a chaotic information environment that combines blinding ISR, interrupting the OODA loop, and perhaps combining things like disinformation or deep fake videos to create essentially a chaotic environment where there's a void of reliable information and there is unreliable information being fed to decision makers. And with a distributed force, that might make it even more complicated to separate what is real and what is not real in order to make good decisions in a timely manner. So training people for this is an essential aspect. So lastly, the considerations that I have are cyber has many wonderful benefits, and we've talked a lot about that today. In fact, can provide enhanced and improved C4 ISR, new targets and opportunities for cooperation. But you must maintain access to it and for access and maneuver in cyberspace, as well as in the global commons. New cyber capabilities provide wonderful advantages, but can create vulnerabilities, particularly if we talk about distributed fleets and unmanned vessels and the effects on cognitive decision-making. Resource investments are required to maintain and update cyber and cyber-enabled capabilities, but this is difficult as the pace of cyber innovation is challenging for defense acquisition cycles. Then lastly, private sector cooperation is important for technological innovation in this space, as well as security of maritime infrastructure and environment. So it is bigger than naval, it is maritime. And cyber provides opportunities for cooperation among allies for developing rules of the road, red lines, establishing and communicating red lines for cyber, as well as creating mechanisms for de-escalation and for incidents in cyberspace. So I will stop there.
Many thanks for this presentation about what has been the double-edged sword you mentioned about cyber and digital technologies. Before opening the questions to the floor and to the audience online, well, I would just want to ask you a few questions. During the previous panels, there were a large number of questions regarding unmanned platforms. I think it's a very important topic to address also. For the navies, and regarding unmanned platforms, two different approaches seems to exist, focusing on large or X-large and potentially modular systems, or on the contrary, on multiple small expendable drones, potentially in swarms also. What is your opinion regarding these tendencies? Maybe let's start with Philippe, if you have some elements to share with us. Thanks.
I think logically both would be required, but not for the same thing. I think small is beautiful, but for small things at smaller range, etc., etc. At the same time, if you need to put good sensors, if you want to distribute your missile arsenal, etc., etc., you need bigger platforms. And costly platforms. For both case, I think also we will have to, it's related to the personal issue discussed earlier, we have, I would say, people to man these unmanned systems and to operate them with specific skills to do that, and in great numbers. And that's why it's also related to artificial intelligence. There's a real autonomy for such system. At the same time, bigger platforms, these costly platforms, so this is contrary to the need to create mass, to create groups with a large number of platforms. So it's a trade-off in terms of, I would say, large UAVs, particularly for unmanned surface vehicle. There's a particular difficult logical trade-off to find between large and extra large, I would say, UAVs. We think that might be more, I would say, medium UAVs seems more logical than very large in that regard UAVs, for example.
Thanks. Alison, if you all...
Sure, thank you. I would actually agree that the both are better. I think it really does depend on the mission, the specific mission, and what you're trying to achieve, and the adversary and the adversary's capabilities. I think there's an important role for both types. But I also think that in consideration of the adversary and what their capabilities are, the network vulnerabilities that may come with these as well need to be considered, because if they are looping into a larger network and feeding information back, then that is a consideration for both, whether they present a weak link, an ability to access larger networks, or how dependent those larger networks are on maybe the smaller and perhaps more disposable types of unmanned vessels, and whether or not that could be a problem. And when we think about having small numbers of unmanned vessels out and about, I think it's also important to stop and think about the consideration on the impact for the future of if these are more or less disposable, ones that could be easily sunk, or, it's okay, self-healing systems, things like that. What the type of litter that this would create within the maritime environment, and I'm thinking akin to space debris, and how that's a challenge for satellites. And then I just wonder long-term implications there about whether or not that might be something that we further down the road would wish we had considered sooner.
Thanks. Nick, do you want to add something?
Just briefly, I mean, essentially, I agree with the lines taken by my fellow panelists, but just as a nuance on that, essentially, the two drivers for the two different cases that you talked about are slightly different. One is the desire to provide capabilities of a significant nature to sustain important networks of particularly, for example, anti-submarine warfare and the like, which demands more capability, and also to be able to do that potentially both sustainably over a long time, where cost may be significant, but it may be less. It's less significant perhaps than the way it's being done now. But there is also the survivability element. Whereas the sort of lower end high density approach is more to deal with a mass issue, a mass and affordability issue, and to pose a different set of potential challenges to a potential adversary.
Many thanks. We discussed a little bit about interoperability between allied navies, and I'm not thinking only between the French, the UK, and the US, but more broadly speaking, is a major topic. In your opinion, is there a dilemma between technological innovation and enhance operabilities between allied and partners? Maybe we'll start with Alison this time.
Okay, thank you. I don't think there's inherently a dilemma there, as particularly because as cyber capabilities develop rapidly, it is something that we can incorporate into plans and training, and so that there may be some differences, but I don't think it would be an insurmountable challenge to plan for that. And certainly cyber does give us the opportunity to make changes on a fairly regular basis with the speed of innovation in cyber. So I think it actually opens a lot of doors for interoperability.
Nick, please.
I think there is that element, but I do wonder about the sense of concern in a world in which we are talking about integrated deterrence and interoperability moving towards interchangeability, that there is a sense of larger navies potentially steaming off over the horizon of emerging technologies and innovations, particularly in more exotic capabilities. And it will be a struggle for others, particularly if there are costs involved, to keep up with that. There are some of the mechanics around technology sharing that I think still need to be overcome. Ukraine has perhaps lowered those a little bit, but in the end, it's a very dynamic thing. Technical advantage is not a wasting asset, but has a shorter and shorter lifespan. So in a sense, you have to adapt and deal with that.
Thanks, Philippe. In terms of C4ISR system and multi-domain cooperation, I think you will have some elements also.
And regarding multinational interoperability, I think that since I start to work on those issues 30 years ago, we have always this debate regarding the future of interoperability, and particularly the linkage between the US Navy and the advance in C4ISR and allied Navy. I think 30 years later, we have the same kind of debate that demonstrate, and this is reassuring, I would say, that independently from technological modernization, interoperability remain. And that the navies remain more what you explained earlier. I think among the various services relationship from a multinational standpoint, navies are probably the best integrated. But at the same time, there are new issues, and particularly the buildup of naval clouds. And the buildup of naval clouds is not only related to common data links, but also to data strategies, etc., which makes the thing more complicated. At the same time, there are factors which tend to ease the problem, particularly in terms of connection, I think. Old analysts, old researchers, tend to overemphasize, I would say, the permanent factors, and young analysts, young researchers tend to emphasize the ruptures. But sometimes this rupture really happened, and I think that recent technological advance make it more, I would say, comfortable in the future in terms of realizing from at the basis of the networks and connectivity, where maybe things more easier. There's also all this progress. There are two kinds of interoperability. The first one is interoperability by design, the capability strategy to converge. And the other one is the ad hoc interoperability based within exercise, coalitions, things like that. And I think we face great progress in terms of mission equipments, integration through these mission equipments, which progress and make interoperability something more, flexible than it has been. So it's both yes or no.
Last question before opening to the floor. The integration of new technologies and the digitalization of naval forces, Admiral GILDAY earlier mentioned that in Tesla, the magic is in AI. Also call for new developments regarding energy on board, so powering the magic, if I'm continuing your words, sir. So what is your assessment of this naval energy transition that is needed also to integrate all of these new features and new technologies? Nick, maybe you have a view on this.
Yeah, and I tried to allude to this slightly in my presentation as well. Absolutely, there is in a sense, the demand signal as far as power is concerned will be on the up in significant respects, both in terms of quasi-traditional platforms, integrating directed energy, all of that. It will require further development of integrated power systems. There is a separate issue around power in the context of particularly the more ambitious uninhabited systems that have potential benefits, but there are still issues of sustainability and being able to power them and to operate them and be able to maneuver them and reposition them and so on and so forth. It's a slightly different issue, but power very much a problem that needs to be solved. And then there's the frictional issue of the environmental climate change agenda of the need for power transition, which has an impact on obviously everything from your almost literal room to maneuver and where you can operate and where you are welcome to operate. There are reputational issues around the requirement to change, which is important for navies, particularly operating in a grey zone information space. That needs to be addressed. So there are those frictional issues, and I think it is a sensitive balance that needs to be addressed, but one that will in the end potentially also offer significant advantages in terms of allowing greater room for maneuver and allowing freedom to maneuver in a way that perhaps certainly the status quo wouldn't allow going forward, particularly with fossil fuel at the moment.
Thanks, Philippe. Do you have some points also you want to raise?
Maybe two very specific points, not related to each other, but regarding this question of energy, power management, etc. The first one is about directed energy weapons and the integration of these DEW systems into ships, which clearly the first generation of the DEW, I would say it's already in the pipe. The Helios systems, the Royal Navy also is very advanced on that, and this few kilowatts to tens of kilowatt systems. Also the very rapid maturation of the high power microwave systems, electromagnetic weapons, more exactly than only microwave, which mature very rapidly and could also become a real capabilities and useful capabilities in few years from now. I would be more skeptical on the next generation of laser systems of hundreds of kilowatts, given the purpose, counter anti-ship cruise missile, and given the challenge to integrate that into ships, because the purpose is, I fear that the development of such capabilities would be behind the development of the offensive missiles. I mean, the supersonic, hypersonic missiles, etc., etc. So you will, I would say the race. I would say behind in the race, face to the threats, and I'm not sure that so far it's not. I'm not sure it's mature for that. Another key point for Navy, I think, the integration of directed energy is also, but it's also undertaken now, is the need for counter ISR system. So currently, to be able to, for example, to daze optical satellites related to what I said earlier, and which has also challenges to get a SSA data to do that. The other key point is on that the reflection is the criticality of cyber warfare for that. Another area is that particularly the ability to provide this ground infrastructures to make related to the last point, to make small drones, small UUVs to manage their autonomy, to make. So I think it's tremendous. It's a tremendous factor or something.
Many thanks. Many thanks. So now we'll open the questions to the audience. So please, if you have any question, raise your hand and we'll bring you a microphone.
Thank you. Brent Sadler from the Heritage Foundation. Just kind of curious, this may be a very quick response, but in October, there was the much talked about at the time attack using coordinated air and surface drones by Ukraine to attack Sevastopol. I'm curious, there seems to be a little bit of cyber in that. There seems to be a little bit about the command and control aspects all at play. What lessons or what insights does that incident or that event kind of, from your perspective, provide us in the future, specifically future utility in warfare, naval warfare? Who wants to start?
Philippe, if you want, please.
I will have a very rapid answer. I don't know so far, because it's this kind of things in the current war that we need more information, more feedback on that before to get to jump to lessons on that. So broadly speaking, yes, it could be a good example of multi-domain attack, etc., etc. Okay, but to be more specifics, we need more data, more information on that. And this is part of all this, the below part of the iceberg. I don't know the exact terms on that, but with all this shadow part of the knowledge of this conflict, we need to study that on future months and years, and then to be able to have the specific elements on that.
Nick, you had some insights also.
Yeah, less so on the cyber front, but just in terms of the and I absolutely take the point that in a way we still don't have full visibility on exactly what happened. But if one takes the assumption that we had some kind of different dimensional attack using unmanned systems from the air and the sea. Yes, you're right. There was a bit of a sense of immediate reaction was the shape of naval warfare to come. Shock and. Up to a point, yes, and again to the point about be careful about what general lessons one learns from this. To some extent, what you're seeing is the application of technologies that are here and now for the pursuit of some very old tactics around how to probe and embarrass the weaknesses, particularly of a superior, supposedly superior, certainly more powerful naval force by a weaker naval force. Having said all that, we have also seen develop in different arenas an issue around the use of different types of particularly unmanned attack that pose, particularly challenging problems for defenses. We've seen that in and around the Gulf with the use by Houthis or Iranian-backed groups of different types of air threat, UAVs, missiles together that pose a set of new and complex challenges. And I think in that area, in a sense, it may be just a bit of a bellwether, but going back to the point, if one accepts the pretext of what was reported to have unfolded being what has unfolded, there is a bit of a sense that it does, it should be setting some alarm bells around the issues of high numbers of potential threats coming in different formats and different domains at the same time, and it's one I think navies plan for, but it could be raised to another level, particularly in terms of swarms of this type of potentially very difficult to detect set of systems that are suddenly coming all at once.
Many thanks. I think we still have time for last question. So please, if you have one, do not hesitate. Asi na one, I'll say for. Oh, at the end of the room, please.
Hi, hello. Alice Valano, King's College London. I just want to go back to a quick point that was raised a couple of times earlier on in the conversation about integrated deterrence. Integrated deterrence, presumably, it's about integrating different branches and departments of government, not just sort of internally the Ministry of Defence and the Navy, but also across the armed forces and different departments. So how do you do that if you're the Navy? Obviously, the Navy is not the most senior sort of person in the room to try to make that happen. How does it happen? It's a nice sort of talking point, but in practical terms, who is in charge of integrated deterrence and how do you make it happen? Thank you.
Many thanks. Very, very easy to answer, I think. I'll listen maybe on cyber, because I think cyber is a very interesting domain in terms of integrating civilian and military issues.
Sure. Thank you for that question. Who is in charge and how do we make it happen? Well, I think this is where the role of a national strategy is very important, and for articulating exactly how that deterrence will happen and to develop ideas about integrated deterrence and spreading and getting everybody on the same page within a government, at least. And then from there, who makes that happen? I think it really does depend on which government we're talking about. But there's also the opportunity at that level for a coordination with allies as well. So I think it really does start with that national plan, whether it is part of a national strategy writ large for defense, or whether it is a specific, perhaps for cyberspace, it is a specific national strategy for cyberspace, for defensive cyberspace, for deterrence, or and so I think it it starts there. It starts with creating a vision and a plan, and perhaps sharing that with allies as well, and then moving forward from that.
Nick, please, you have some insights also.
On the who's in charge question, I think there is a sense that it's an obvious route, and it's an obvious framework for if you like, balancing the capabilities that you have against the challenges that you face, but it's not easy, and therefore, in a sense, what you need is political impulse from the top in order to deliver this, to not quite knock heads together, but to provide the driver behind it. So in that sense, it has to come from the top. So that is who it has to be it has to have I think political drive behind it at a senior level consistently in order for that to happen. In terms of how navies approach that, I mean, in some ways, naval forces, because of their room to maneuver, because of their ability physically, apart from anything else, to be able to host, but also to be able to adapt. And to change roles actually are a very good vehicle for delivering that, and it frankly should be part of the naval case, if you like, that is what is that is what is required, and navies can provide this range of capabilities, including, as I say, the ability to host multiple agencies in very different locations, to be able to put this actually into practice.
Philippe, the concluding words is for you.
I would say that there are, again, two kind of answers: how you build up a capability for integrated deterrence, and how you operate integrated deterrence. And regarding to operate integrating deterrence, I think first you need to have it's related to inter-agency actions. And I think it's closely linked to the UK perception of the multi-domain integration. I think it's part of that. Tell me if I'm wrong. But I think first you need a common estimate of the situation among various instruments, diplomats, etc., and military, of course. And bulk of that would be managed within the operational chain of command, from political to military. But at the same time, it requires at the operational level direct interaction between naval components, typically in an inter-agency, with diplomatic actions. I think to build up integrated deterrence, it's far more complicated, I think, because I think you come back to the problem is the issue of comprehensive approach. We experience for decades. It's already difficult for one theater of operation that we experience in regular warfare and counterinsurgency to make comprehensive approach, to make integrated deterrence on a daily basis very efficiently within the strategic competition. Good luck. I think different in terms of strategic cultures, etc., etc.
Many thanks for this very engaged debate about integrated deterrence, and many thanks to our three panelists for sharing with us their views, their insight, and I think it will be an interesting food for thought for all the three navies that are here today for this Paris Naval Conference. Thank you.
Yeah. It's the end of this day, of this first event of the Naval Conference of Paris. So as I told you at the beginning, the main point is that through this event, we have the academics which are taking part of our own assessment. And my final word is sort of handover to the IFRI. So saying that this, what we've done, I think it's opening to new events with big parts of the academic world in support of our analysis. I do think that the urgency, the scale of rearmament and all the geopolitical issues we have to deal with leads us to have support from the academic community to help us to make the good choices. And so as far as a new programmation law will be delivered in France, we will have to go forward to put that in from words to reality. And that kind of events can help us to go in the good way. So I know that Alice RUFO is there and she's in charge of giving us the strategic access. So I don't want to say that his job is not important. That's not my point. It's just to say that the more cross checks we have, the easier it will be. And so that kind of event can confirm or at the opposite, it can give good opposition remarks to help us to navigate in this complex environment. So thank you, really thank you to IFRI, to Thomas, to have conducted this event here. I think it's a great achievement for us. And thank you for all. And thank you to Ben and to Mike to have given us time to come here and to launch this event with sufficient energy and visibility. So because it's the first time I've ordered my team to make a souvenir, you will keep there. So Mike, if you, please. If you. So first, it's the photo we've made. Okay. And second is a craft with our 3 coins. So your team went with yours, Mike's team went with his, and so we did that last night. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Thank you also. Thank you, Pierre. Very clever.
Okay, so we stay there, and so there is a part of you here. Okay, Thomas. So you weren't on the photo, so I just give you the. Okay. And then because it's my boss about strategy, so, and it's a sort of handover or.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay.
Merci.
Okay. So perhaps we can make a photo, all of us. Want to come?
Adds to your family snaps.
Je vais repasser au français, donc ça vous laisse un peu de temps pour reprendre récepteurs or headphones. Nous abordons donc la phase conclusive de cette première conférence navale de Paris et j'admire l'habileté des marins qui offrent les cadeaux à la directrice générale des relations internationales et de stratégie avant qu'elle parle. Je veux dire que ça me rappelle la manière de passer des examens en Russie où on devait faire le cadeau au jury avant de disserter. Je suis très heureux de vous accueillir, Madame la Directrice Générale. Je sais que c'est la première fois que vous venez à l'IFRI, mais vous venez en fait en repérage, puisque vous allez revenir le 28 février dans le cadre du cycle que nous avons sur la politique étrangère et la politique de sécurité de la France. Je ne vais pas passer trop de temps à vous présenter, mais juste rappeler à celles et ceux qui ne le sauraient pas que vous avez servi pendant 10 ans à la cellule diplomatique de la présidence de la République et que vous avez rejoint la DGRIS très récemment. Et donc, nous sommes très heureux de vous accueillir à l'IFRI aujourd'hui et de vous permettre ainsi de conclure nos travaux. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I begin, in English and then I turn to French. You're right, Admiral. My job is not easy, and I'm conscious to be, between the souvenir and the apéro in France, so it's very tough. Thank you very much for organizing this very important event. I'm sure this is, this is the first one, but I'm sure there will be other events like this, which I think is key to have this, you're right, kind of conversation together with think tanks. And I'm very happy to be there. I learned a lot. I'm not a specialist, but I think I have two good points. First of all, I was born in Toulon, which is very important, I think, for French Navy. And second, I have a very good deputy, and I speak under your control. Je ne vais pas être longue, je voulais juste vous dire à quel point j'ai apprécié d'assister à cette journée. Et je crois que, évidemment, ce type d'échange qui réunit nos trois marines, les most capable navies, ensemble, avec les think tanks, avec des experts, avec un public large, est d'autant plus important que nous évoluons dans un environnement stratégique, et ça a été largement rappelé, qui se complexifie de plus en plus et qui implique, au fond, de plus en plus d'intimité stratégique, de dialogue transversaux, comme nous avons réussi, je crois, à le faire, enfin, comme vous avez réussi à le faire aujourd'hui. Cet environnement stratégique, vous le connaissez très bien et souvent vous le pratiquez bien plus que moi dans la vie réelle et sur le terrain. Il est marqué, cela a été rappelé, par une compétition entre puissances qui se durcit, qui s'intensifie. Il est marqué aussi par la prolifération, la dissémination des armements, dans lequel je crois que les marines ont un rôle très important à jouer pour maîtriser et contrôler ces phénomènes. Il est aussi marqué par un espace de la confrontation, de la compétition qui s'élargit, alors à la fois à de nouveaux domaines, à de nouveaux espaces. Et on a bien vu, je trouve, tout au fil des conversations, à quel point, au fond, l'espace maritime et les autres espaces, l'espace cyber et tous les autres sont, au fond, très interconnectés et où il est très difficile de parler de l'un sans parler de l'autre. Et il s'élargit, bien sûr, à plusieurs régions, à des compétitions régionales très fortes et à des conflits régionaux qui s'accroissent. Le tout dans un contexte, et cela aussi doit être mentionné, où le cadre international de régulation, les normes sont moins respectées, où le fait accompli est de plus en plus la norme et où les régulations que nous avions et l'architecture de sécurité que nous avions bâtie et à la fois directement contesté, mais aussi réinterprété pour être transformé. C'est dans ce contexte général que les discussions d'aujourd'hui s'inscrivent et que vous avez, je crois, très bien à la fois caractérisé et anticipé la confrontation navale, maritime d'aujourd'hui et de demain, ce qui est extrêmement important. Ce qui a marqué les trois panels, c'est, et ça m'a beaucoup frappé en vous écoutant, c'est qu'au fond, on revient toujours à trois catégories fondamentales, l'espace, le temps, l'humain. Et ça a été, je crois que ça a parcouru la totalité des discussions. Et que justement, l'intérêt d'aborder, comme vous l'avez fait aujourd'hui, par le biais des enjeux maritimes, permet d'avoir un angle d'approche stratégique qui est extrêmement nouveau, agile et important pour l'avenir de nos réflexions. L'espace, ça a été dit et ça m'a beaucoup interpellée. Quand on parle de l'espace maritime, on parle tout de suite d'hybridité. Mon équipe a trouvé, donc je lui rends hommage, la formule « l'espace maritime est un Eldorado de l'hybridité », où effectivement, d'abord du fait de sa nature, parce que tout est concerné, de la haute mer au fond marin, aussi du fait que les flux commerciaux comme les navires sont concernés par les menaces, le changement climatique est en jeu. C'est un espace qui est faiblement régulé. On voit bien que la convention de Montego Bay est pour le moins challengée, en tout cas n'est pas parfaitement appliquée. C'est un espace donc dans lequel les stratégies hybrides peuvent parfaitement se déployer, avec des difficultés d'attribution, des difficultés de caractérisation. Et je crois que ce qui était très important à rappeler, c'est deux choses. D'abord, ça a été dit, la dimension nucléaire, dans un contexte où la rhétorique nucléaire s'intensifie et où les risques d'escalade existent, ce qui est d'autant plus important quand on se réunit en P3, de l'affirmer et de le rappeler. Et puis, je crois que ce qui a été rappelé d'important aussi sur cette notion d'espace, c'est que, au fond, aborder comme nous le faisons les enjeux stratégiques aujourd'hui est d'autant plus important qu'il y a un risque, sinon d'aveuglement. Le fait que la dimension navale et maritime, ça a été dit, de la guerre en Ukraine, doit totalement être prise en compte et intégrée, est à mon avis clé, puisque c'est bien la clé de lecture, je le disais, de la notion d'hybridité. On voit bien en mer Noire comment finalement cet espace maritime a été le lieu de l'utilisation de l'alimentation comme arme de guerre dans le conflit de la Russie contre l'Ukraine. Mais, et ça a été rappelé également, cet espace qui est le lieu par excellence de la confrontation hybride est aussi un espace où la haute intensité peut se déployer. Et ça, je crois que c'était également un élément fort. Alors, je ne me rappelle plus exactement quelle était la session, mais je crois que c'était la deuxième, de la deuxième session, de rappeler qu'il ne faut pas opposer, quand on analyse le contexte stratégique, la confrontation hybride et la haute intensité, que les deux vont ensemble et que, au fond, c'est particulièrement évident dans le domaine des enjeux maritimes que nous avons évoqués aujourd'hui. Beaucoup de discussions, je l'ai remarqué, ont également tourné autour de la notion de temps. Il était particulièrement, j'ai trouvé intéressant d'entendre que les stratégies navales d'hier, au fond, ne peuvent pas être laissées de côté, ne serait-ce que parce que nos compétiteurs stratégiques les étudient. Et j'ai trouvé particulièrement intéressant de faire ce rappel parce qu'il est très juste et on peut avoir la tentation, quand on fait de la réflexion stratégique, d'aller vers de nouveaux concepts et c'est très important, mais ces nouveaux concepts sont eux-mêmes l'issue de stratégies qui ont été déjà employés et déployés, dont nous avons tiré déjà les leçons et dont nos compétiteurs tirent également les leçons. Donc j'ai trouvé que c'était un élément sur le rapport au temps qui était particulièrement intéressant dans vos échanges. Le rapport au temps, c'est aussi bien sûr le rapport au progrès, à la technologie. Ça a été évoqué là aussi avec un rapport à la notion d'humain qui a été très importante dans le premier panel, où j'ai trouvé que la manière dont vous échangez ensemble sur la façon d'intégrer les nouvelles technologies dans les armées est un élément absolument clé, au moins aussi important que leur impact stratégique sur la conflictualité et sur l'avenir de la conflictualité en mer. Toujours dans le domaine humain qui a traversé en réalité la totalité des échanges, évidemment les questions des ressources humaines, les métiers que vous avez évoqués, la nécessité d'attirer et de fidéliser la jeunesse par ces nouvelles approches et dans ce rapport aussi aux technologies était extrêmement intéressant. Et enfin, l'état d'esprit qui a été à plusieurs moments aussi évoqué et dont en fait cette journée est un des éléments, l'état d'esprit dont que tout le monde salue en Ukraine, à la fois pour leur résilience et leur inventivité dans la manière de mener cette guerre, mais qui implique aussi que pour nous en tirions des leçons en matière d'état d'esprit, d'échange, de prise de conscience, et c'est d'autant plus important d'avoir ce type de panel comme nous l'avons eu aujourd'hui. Les leçons que j'en tire au moment où nous réfléchissons tous à l'avenir de la compétition stratégique, aux adaptations que nous devons faire, c'est que, au fond, et ça a été dit dans le dernier panel de manière très claire, dans la dernière session de manière très claire, c'est que nous avons, au fond, tous le même enjeu, c'est-à-dire à la fois de maintenir notre supériorité technologique et en même temps notre résilience, et qu'au fond, dans tout cela, ce qui est clé entre nous, ça sera l'interopérabilité qui ne s'oppose pas, loin de là, à la modernisation et à la compétition évidemment technologique qui existe, mais qui au contraire doit être renforcée dans cette période au vu des enjeux auxquels nous sommes tous confrontés. Vous le savez, la France est engagée, et cela a été rappelé par l'amiral Vandier, dans un processus de revue nationale stratégique qui est préparatoire à la loi de programmation militaire et qui évidemment s'inscrit dans le nouveau contexte et dans les leçons tirées de la guerre en Ukraine, mais au-delà, avec tous les enjeux qui ont été évoqués aujourd'hui. Et je crois, et à vous écouter, que au fond, l'espace, la mer, l'espace maritime, les risques ont été, et les menaces auxquelles nous y sommes confrontés ont été largement évoqués. Et pour conclure cette journée sur une note positive, moi j'y vois aussi beaucoup d'opportunités pour nous de coopération. Opportunités de coopération d'abord pour défendre ce que nous portons dans le monde, hein, c'est-à-dire un ordre international fondé sur le droit, la liberté de navigation, ce qui est évidemment ce qui nous lie et qui justifie que nous ayons des sessions comme nous avons eu aujourd'hui ensemble. Et puis la possibilité aussi de mener le combat sur la nécessité de créer et d'établir, dans une période de profond déséquilibre, de nouveaux équilibres, de nouvelles formes de coopération régionale, de nouveaux types de partenariats, parce que c'est comme ça que nous pourrons le mieux défendre nos valeurs, ce que nous recherchons, et un ordre international fondé sur le droit. Depuis plusieurs années maintenant, la France a développé une stratégie indo-pacifique qu'elle a portée à l'échelle européenne pendant sa présidence de l'Union européenne. C'est une stratégie qui permet d'agir dans la région où nous sommes présents, évidemment, par nos territoires d'outre-mer. Cela a été rappelé dans une des sessions. Et le fait d'avoir amené, et avec nos partenaires, avec le soutien de nos partenaires, à avoir une stratégie européenne en la matière, et je crois quelque chose qui doit contribuer, doit alimenter la coopération que nous avons entre nous et le dialogue que nous avons aujourd'hui. C'est très important parce que, évidemment, et cela a été également dit, la coopération entre nous est clé, l'interopérabilité entre nous est clé, et les partenariats que nous allons réussir à développer en Indo-Pacifique, mais également ailleurs, sont absolument décisifs. Nous avons beaucoup travaillé avec l'Inde, tous, qui est représentée, je crois, aujourd'hui, avec les Émirats arabes unis. Nous avons des enjeux enjeux dans l'Indo-Pacifique, mais nous avons également des enjeux dans l'Atlantique, nous avons des enjeux en Méditerranée qui sont extrêmement importants également. Et donc, je crois que ce qui est clé pour nous, c'est à la fois de poursuivre ces échanges à la fois entre les marines et puis ces échanges stratégiques pour renforcer notre coopération dans tous les espaces maritimes où nous avons besoin de plus en plus de défendre ensemble l'ordre international basé sur le droit, le multilatéralisme, et de créer des nouveaux partenariats qui sont en fait, pour notre part, des partenariats qui doivent nous permettre d'être pourvoyeurs de sécurité, pourvoyeurs de souveraineté pour nos partenaires, qui eux aussi doivent développer entre eux la coopération régionale, et que c'est comme ça que nous atteindrons le mieux, au fond, notre volonté de recréer un ordre dans une période de désordres internationaux extrêmement forts. Voilà, je conclus ici, je ne serai pas plus longue, je vous laisse profiter de cette fin de journée à Paris. Je vous remercie encore pour tout, et surtout pour l'agilité intellectuelle dont vous avez fait preuve. Et comme à un moment donné, il a été question d'avoir des éléphants qui ont la souplesse de judoka, je pense que pour cela, il faudra beaucoup d'agilité intellectuelle, et aujourd'hui, j'en ai vu beaucoup.
Bien, alors c'est le moment de conclure, pas sur le fond, mais par des remerciements, cette première conférence navale de Paris. Donc je vais le faire en remerciant très chaleureusement l'ensemble des intervenants, en particulier les amiraux banquiers, GILDAY et Madame la directrice générale, ainsi que les autres intervenants. Remercier les participants pour leur intérêt, leur attention et leurs questions, dans la salle ou à distance. Et puis évidemment, il y a deux équipages à remercier, mais avant de le faire, je précise aux journalistes présents dans la salle qu'ils doivent se déporter assez rapidement ensuite vers le patio pour la rapide conférence de presse. Donc deux équipages à remercier. Le premier, c'est celui de la Marine nationale, en particulier l'amiral Vandier, toute l'équipe du 16e de l'amiral de Saint-Germain. Je voudrais mentionner également le capitaine de vaisseau Brillant, évidemment aussi Nicolas Mazzucchi. Merci à vous. Je voudrais évidemment remercier l'équipage de l'IFRI, Elie Tenenbaum, Héloïse Fayet, Cathy Hamilton. Et puis il y a une personne qu'il faut remercier de manière tout à fait spécifique, c'est celui qui a fait travailler les deux équipages ensemble. Alors dans la marine, c'est le capitaine de frégate Bachelier, mais à l'IFRI, tout le monde l'appelle Jérémy. Et donc merci beaucoup à vous tous, parce que je crois que cette première conférence navale de Paris nous donne l'envie d'en préparer une deuxième.